Alexandra resided with her parents in the outskirts of Vancouver, Canada, where they had emigrated from Yugoslavia. The young girl experienced a relatively ordinary upbringing. She matured from a joyful child into an exceptionally tall, bright, and captivating young lady who could enchant anyone. It surprised no one when she chose to compete in the Miss Canada beauty pageant in 1985. Alexandra truly stood out from the other contestants. She never struggled to form friendships and drew men to her even more rapidly. Even a few high-ranking officials were among Alexandra's admirers. The beauty queen's appeal to the opposite sex was not solely based on her appearance. Her friendly personality and fantastic sense of humor also played a crucial part. Alexandra worked as a dental assistant, a job that was not her passion or aspiration, but rather something her parents supported. Her mother and father thought this career would offer her the necessary financial stability. The girl had a close bond with her mother. They always shared a fantastic relationship, frequently shopping together, conversing on the phone daily, and attending local open house events on weekends. At one such event, the women overheard someone nearby speaking their native tongue. Meeting compatriots in a foreign land is always pleasant, and they felt compelled to get to know these individuals better. The mother and daughter approached the couple and initiated a conversation. The man and woman introduced themselves as the P6. It emerged that Sam and Jelka, as they were known, had also migrated to Canada from Yugoslavia, and Jelka was close in age to Alexandra's mother. The women had comparable backgrounds and were equally thrilled to meet someone from their home country, so they immediately connected. As the future friends reminisced about life in Yugoslavia and discussed their experiences, Alexandra mentioned having car issues. By chance, the P6 owned an auto repair shop. The couple insisted that she bring her car to them for quality service at a fair price. They described the shop's location and advised her to ask for Joe, who would ensure everything was done to the highest standard. Joe, the 27-year-old son of P6 and Jelka, was, like most people, utterly enchanted by Alexandra and hoped that her son would also notice the girl. It all unfolded exactly like that. When Alexandra brought her car in for service and inquired about Joe, a young, handsome man appeared. It was love at first sight. From the moment the young people met, they were virtually inseparable. Both had a taste for fine dining and frequently visited the best restaurants in town. Joe rode a motorcycle and took Alexandra on romantic rides. It wasn't long before they couldn't imagine being apart. Their families were also very happy for the young couple. Jelka was delighted to get along with her son's girlfriend, and even more, she was proud of herself for finding the perfect woman for Joe. Alexandra was beautiful, intelligent, they shared the same culture, and the girl came from a family with values very similar to their own. Alexandra's parents also liked Joe. They saw how lovingly and respectfully he treated their daughter. The guy regularly visited her with flowers or cute trinkets. Just a month after meeting, Joe proposed to Alexandra, and she joyfully accepted. They were about the same age, both had immigrated from Yugoslavia, had similar interests, and despite the brief period of acquaintance, both felt deep emotions for each other. They anticipated a long, happy married life ahead. It seemed destiny had brought this couple together. Unfortunately, this chance encounter would lead to the exact opposite outcome. Everything would end not at all as they had envisioned. Following the engagement, Alexandra was elated with joy, but her state of bliss was continually disrupted by her future mother-in-law, Jelka, who desired to be slightly more involved in organizing the wedding than was necessary. The issue was that the woman rejected nearly all of the suggestions Alexandra made and persistently pushed her own opinions regarding the ceremony. The bride was not willing to concede either. The tastes of the two women differed significantly in this regard. Each had her own perfect vision, which led to some disagreements between them. Jelka was very self-assured and believed her opinion was the only correct one. She preferred the dress she had selected for Alexandra much more than the one the bride had chosen for herself, and she expressed this aloud. The women disagreed about the floral arrangements for the hall, the festive menu, the decor of the chairs, the tablecloths, everything that needed to be decided. The future mother-in-law believed that the bride should value her opinion and her contribution as the groom's mother in planning such a momentous event. But this upset Alexandra because she envisioned her wedding differently. Furthermore, she was even more upset by the fact that Joe apparently wasn't bothered by his mother's interference, and he never once spoke up in defense of Alexandra. The guy couldn't help but notice that Jelka was putting his future wife in an uncomfortable position, but he pretended everything was fine and simply remained silent. In fact, Alexandra did not want to argue with Jelka, did not want to create problems in the family, and dreamed of making everything peaceful and calm. She tried to talk to Joe and asked for his support, to which her boyfriend promised to talk to his mother and persuade her not to interfere in the preparations. Alexandra relaxed a bit, but Joe's words had no effect. Jelka did not calm down. It reached the point where the girl began to wonder whether she should even participate in this wedding and if she had rushed into it, as marriage is for life. However, her parents then intervened. They reassured their daughter that perhaps Jelka was too excited about her only son getting married, which is why she was showing excessive care. This somewhat calmed Alexandra, and she once again immersed herself in the pre-wedding preparations. On June 11th, 1988, Joe and Alexandra officially united their families. It was a truly beautiful day for the two lovers, and even Jelka behaved decently, as befits a happy mother. The newlyweds spent their honeymoon in Hawaii, and everything went wonderfully. But when they returned from their wedding trip, Alexandra realized that unfortunately, her parents were mistaken about Jelka. The mother-in-law's behavior was not just due to excitement about the event, it had worsened. Her interference in Joe and Alex's family relationships only intensified, and once they combined their finances, the girl realized that her mother-in-law's intrusiveness was much worse than she had thought. Joe still worked for his parents at their auto shop, which was normal. But in addition to his salary, the guy also received instructions on how to spend the money he earned. It turned out that his parents completely controlled his budget. Maybe this made sense when he was a young single man, but now that Joe had a wife, such interference should have ceased. However, it didn't. His mother and father were too deeply involved in their son's life, and now in Alexandra's life because she was married to him. The girl again tried to talk to her husband about cutting the umbilical cord and becoming an adult, living independently from his parents. But Joe saw nothing wrong with it, which greatly repelled Alexandra, especially since his mother and father presented the newlyweds with a lavish gift, money for the down payment to buy their own home where they could live and raise their children. This would have been wonderful if not for one caveat. Joe's parents had already chosen a house for them, and it was located just a couple of houses away from their own. This was a condition Jelka set before making the gift. To get the money for the down payment, the young couple had to buy this particular house. Any other dwelling Joe and Alexandra could purchase independently with their own finances. Eventually, the newlyweds decided to accept the gift on these terms, and Alexandra immediately had to pay for this decision. Jelka constantly came into the house without warning. She herself bought groceries, chose clothes for her daughter-in-law based on her own preferences, and was not at all embarrassed that this did not match Alexandra's personal style. Jelka tried to actively participate in the decoration and furnishing of the new house, and openly expressed her disdain for what Alexandra chose. She could easily rearrange small items in the house to her own taste. The irritation of the wife, as in most families, spilled over onto her husband, making Joe's home life a bit uncomfortable. And at work, he listened to his mother's complaints, frankly not understanding why Alex treated her poorly. After all, Jelka was just trying to help. Finally, Joe got tired of it all and took his wife's side. For the first time, the man stood up for his wife and asked his mother to step back a little. He didn't speak to his mother for weeks when she refused to respect the boundaries he was trying to set. But over time, Joe began to resent Alexandra for the fact that his relationship with his parents had deteriorated. The man felt torn between the two women. It was the first very difficult year of marriage for Alexandra and Joe. Their love and devotion to each other were put to a serious test. In the end, they reached a point where there was some space between Alexandra and Jelka, and although the women saw each other much less often, there was still a lot of resentment between them. At the end of 1989, a year and a half after the wedding, Alexandra and Joe made an exciting announcement to the family that they were expecting a child. As expected, throughout the pregnancy, there were moments when Jelka overstepped her boundaries, giving unsolicited and unwanted advice about the baby, but for the most part, she tried to be nice. It wasn't as intrusive as it was during the wedding planning, so Alex was grateful to her for that. Soon, a happy Joe and Alexandra welcomed the birth of their son, Brandon. They were both navigating a new path as young parents, and after months of long, sleepless nights and very stressful days associated with having a baby in the house, Joe decided to arrange a romantic evening for his wife to spend time alone with her. He talked to his mother, and the woman persuaded her son to leave Brandon with her. Alexandra prepared a couple of bottles and also told Jelka about the baby's feeding schedule. Her mother-in-law said she would brew her grandson some tea brought from their home country to help him fall asleep faster in the evening. But Alexandra convinced her to just stick to the usual schedule and limit herself to milk. She didn't know if the child would have any side effects to this tea, and now was clearly not the time to check, so she asked Jelka to avoid any improvisations. The woman agreed, but she had raised Joe and knew how to feed children better than anyone else. So when it was time to go to bed, Jelka still gave little Brandon some of that tea, and the boy fell into a deep sleep. As soon as Alexandra and Joe returned home from their date, the young mother immediately went to the nursery to kiss her son. The child was sleeping so deeply that Alex could not wake him up. She picked him up, and again there was no reaction to either voice or touch. Brandon was breathing but unconscious, his pulse barely palpable, and that's when Jelka admitted that she had given him the tea. The situation greatly alarmed Alex. She was afraid that her child might be in some danger. The woman took the baby to the emergency room, where he was examined by doctors. Brandon regained consciousness, but Alexandra was furious that Jelka had ignored her warning. After that, she didn't want to leave the boy alone with his grandmother at all, which greatly offended Joe's mother. The child's father himself was neutral about the situation. Alex was disappointed by her husband's indifference, and this was the last straw for her. She couldn't go on living like this and didn't want to raise Brandon in a stressful environment, so she took the baby, packed her things, and left for her parents' house. Meeting with a divorce lawyer, Alexandra explained that the Pisak family posed a threat to her child. Jelka had given the baby some strange tea, and Joe refused to do anything and fight for the safety of his own son. The entire family was shocked when Joe received the divorce papers. The parents initially accused Alexandra of purposely marrying a member of a wealthy family in order to then run away with a portion of their fortune. But in reality, they were not that rich, and this statement made no sense. Alexandra loved Joe and wanted it to somehow impact her husband. However, deep down, she knew that he would never stand up to his parents and prioritize her and Brandon in his life. Relations between the families deteriorated very quickly, and a fierce battle for custody ensued. In addition, the couple clashed over the right to own the house and finances. Joe challenged almost every request from Alexandra, and his mother was by his side throughout the trial. Jelka relied on the fact that it was the Pisak family who made a significant down payment when buying the house. But that did not help. Ultimately, Alexandra was awarded full custody of Brandon, child support, and ownership of the house. In November 1991, the divorce was finalized. Jelka considered this act the greatest betrayal of her son and harbored resentment. For the first time in the last 2 years, Alexandra felt free. Her situation was not perfect, but she finally got rid of the constant stress and unnecessary drama. Everything went back to the way it was before meeting Joe. The woman still worked in the dentist's office, and on weekends she spent time with her mother and friends. Only now, a tiny person appeared next to her, giving her the strength to move forward. Joe also went on as before. He continued to work in his parents' auto shop and adapted to life without Alexandra. One day, the divorced woman received an envelope addressed to her in the mail with no return address. Inside was a book titled The Death of Cindy James, which told the story of the investigation into the death of a young girl who repeatedly claimed to have been stalked and threatened for several months. She was found dead in the yard of an abandoned house with a nylon stocking wrapped around her neck. The girl's mysterious death became the subject of much controversy, as the police could not find any evidence of a violent nature, and many believed that Cindy had committed suicide. This story took place in Canada in 1989. Flipping through the book, Alexandra noticed that some passages were underlined. They described in detail the harassment and the terrifying nature of the threats addressed to Cindy. The book's heroine often received calls from an unknown person who either remained silent or whispered something indistinctly into the phone. The lawn in front of her house was littered with dead animals, and someone even set Cindy's house on fire. For the divorced woman, this message was completely obvious. She could end up in the place of the heroine. A few days after receiving the book, Alexandra invited a friend over. They were sitting in the living room and chatting when they suddenly smelled smoke and heard a crackling sound coming from outside. The friend rushed to the window and saw a tree in Alexandra's yard ablaze. This was one of the several things that had happened in Cindy's story. Alexandra was horrified and immediately turned to the police, but law enforcement could do little without evidence of who exactly had started the fire. Things only got worse from there. Alex felt like she had become the object of surveillance. The woman noticed that wherever she went, the same white car followed her everywhere. There was a similar episode in Cindy's story. One time, when Alexandra was spending time with her mother, the phone rang. As soon as the woman picked up the phone, she was told that the coffins for her and her mother were ready. All these episodes from the book, reproduced in reality, made Alex paranoid. She told her family and friends about it and was firmly convinced that it was Jelka's doing. She knew from the book that the persecution led to the heroine's death, and she was really scared. Unfortunately, the police were never able to link these incidents to the Pisak family. Unsatisfied with the authorities' responses, Alexandra decided to hire a private detective to watch her ex-husband's family and provide evidence. She knew perfectly well who could really organize this persecution. A few days later, on August 5th, 1992, at 6 p.m., Alexandra and her colleague left work and headed for the car in their work parking lot. Alex got behind the wheel, and her colleague Kirsten sat in the passenger seat. When the colleague leaned over to put his gym bag on the floor of the car, there was a pop. Kirsten instinctively lowered his head even lower, followed by a few more shots. And then there was the screeching of tires, the screams of passers-by, and some car quickly began to move away. The colleague carefully got out from under Alexandra, who had fallen on top of him. The woman's head was limply tilted to the side, and her clothes were already soaked with blood. Kirsten jumped out of the car and ran back to the dental office to call emergency services. Alexandra Pisak was taken to the hospital, but unfortunately, she did not survive the injuries. She was shot in the head several times. The deceased was only 25 years old. About 30 eyewitnesses testified to the police, hoping that they could help find the person who did it. The witnesses' stories matched completely. There were two dark-haired white men sitting in a bright red car. They were previously noticed circling the area shortly before 6 p.m., and then they stopped next to Alexandra's car. As soon as the young woman got behind the wheel, shots were fired, and then the red car sped off the parking lot. One of the witnesses remembered the license plate number. After checking, the police found out that the car was reported stolen. After talking to Alexandra's loved ones, the detectives came to a completely obvious conclusion. This was not an accident. The young woman was a pre-planned target, and the Pisak family was the first on the list of potential suspects. Joe immediately provided an alibi. The man and his son Brandon were in a swimming pool several miles away from the crime scene. He had a receipt with the hours and minutes marked, confirming that he could not have been in the red car during the shooting. But for a person who had just learned about the death of his ex-wife, his behavior seemed very strange. Joe was too calm and showed no emotions. Therefore, despite having an alibi, the police did not exclude the man from the list of suspects. The private detective hired by Alexandra having learned what had happened to her, turned to the officers leading the investigation and provided the information he had collected. On the day Alex was ambushed, the detective was watching Joe. The man picked up Brandon at 5 p.m. to go to the pool. Physically, he could not have been present at the crime scene. Jelka and her husband were at the family repair shop at this time, so they too were absent at the time of the attack. All these remarks only proved that physically, none of the P6 pulled the trigger, but this did not absolve them of responsibility for organizing the attempt. When Alexandra initially became concerned that someone was following her, she told the police the license plate number of the white car that drove everywhere after her. Detectives checked the number against the database and identified the person in whose name the car was registered. Milan Nenadic was a friend of the Pizik family and even attended Joe and Alexandra's wedding. The stolen red car was eventually found as well. One witness happened to notice two men getting out of the red car, moving into another white one, and driving away. The investigators managed to recover a fingerprint and find a hair inside the stolen car. Milan Nenadic's fingerprints were on file because of his previous criminal record, but they did not match those found in the red car, as they belonged to another petty criminal named Lawrence Delorme. Round-the-clock surveillance was established for these young men, and soon it yielded results. Just 5 days after Alexandra's death, Milan pulled up to the Pizik house, but he did not go inside. Instead, he went to Jelka's car and hid in the back seat. This looked very strange, but the police continued to keep watch. A couple of minutes later, Jelka appeared on the porch of the house. Looking around, she went to her car, got behind the wheel, and carefully started driving. Having parked at a shopping center, they got out of the car separately and disappeared inside, and then the two of them returned to the parking lot. Milan got back into the back seat, and Jelka settled into the driver's seat. The police were waiting for them right in the driveway of the Pizik house. When Milan Nenadic was being let out of the car, money fell out of the pocket of his shorts, $30,000 in cash. He and Jelka were immediately arrested on suspicion of organizing the attack on Alexandra. During a search of the house, a piece of paper with the name David Sigiviana and an address was found, and a gun and a box of cartridges were also discovered, in which 6 pieces were missing. The weapon matched the one used in the case, but DNA analysis on the gun did not reveal any matches with either Milan Nenadic or Lawrence Delorme. Apparently, Delorme was the driver, Nenadic provided the car, and Jelka was the mastermind. But who was the shooter? The note helped to sort this out. The detectives went to the address, but the person with the specified name was not at home. However, they managed to take a sample of his DNA, and it turned out that it was his hair that was found in the cabin of the stolen car. The fingerprints on the gun also belonged to him, and David's girlfriend helped tie it all together. She agreed to wear a wire, and thanks to this, the detectives were able to obtain a recorded confession about what happened to Alexandra. This was just the evidence that was missing. When questioning the neighbors, the investigators learned even more incriminating information. One woman claimed that a few weeks before, she had seen Jelka set fire to a tree in Alexandra's yard. She also saw that Pizik had a copy of the book, The Death of Cindy James. Jelka was so disappointed in Alexandra that she personally passed sentence on her. She decided to recreate Cindy's story so that her daughter-in-law would know exactly what was in store for her. The woman hired David as a shooter and Lawrence as a driver. Milan Nenadic was the liaison and assistant to Pizik. The angry woman wanted Alexandra to say goodbye to her life in broad daylight, in front of the public. The 3 men, together with Jelka, appeared in court in 1993. They were all found guilty of a particularly serious crime of the first degree and sentenced to the maximum possible punishment in Canada at that time, 25 years in prison. Joe and his father were never charged, as nothing indicated their involvement. The care of Alexandra's child, Brandon, fell on the shoulders of her mother. Joe Pizik never again claimed custody of his son and did not even try to contact him. Probably, the man felt his guilt for the death of Alexandra. The city of Racine, Wisconsin. An uncommon call was received by the 911 dispatch. The person on the line was murmuring something unclear. Initially, the operator didn't consider the call to be genuine, suspecting it was a hoax. However, despite the fact that the lady on the other end of the phone was scarcely breathing and her voice faded into nothingness, she managed to communicate crucial details to the dispatcher, desperately wanting to be taken seriously. When officers arrived at the location given by the caller, the residence was empty. Nevertheless, they discovered a sizable blood stain on the living room rug and a vacant gun case. Subsequently, a male reached out to emergency services. He informed them that his spouse, Terry, had vanished, along with their 2 daughters, who had also disappeared without leaving any clues. Let's rewind to 1995. David Larson, a former Marine, was a desirable husband. He worked as an air traffic controller and was a homeowner. However, Terry was drawn to his joyful disposition rather than his possessions and stable career. As the couple got to know each other better, they found they had a lot in common. They both had a strong desire for a family and wished to have kids. In 1996, after a year of courtship, Terry Gendusa and David Larson tied the knot. It appeared that a joyous life together was in store for them. In the following years, the family expanded. They welcomed 2 lovely daughters, Amanda and Holly, born 2 years apart. However, Terry soon realized that the true David was not as gentle and delightful as she had believed. He first struck her during their honeymoon in Hawaii. Stunned and profoundly distressed, Terry demanded an explanation. David declared that she was now his wife and required to follow her husband's orders. At first, the woman regarded it as their first lover's spat and initially dismissed the incident as insignificant. She stayed in the relationship, hoping she could transform Larson's abrasive personality. Throughout the following years, the man completely dominated his wife and frequently had violent outbursts. David's aggressive nature emerged, and once he slammed his wife's head against the door. Every time he lost control or had a sudden fit of rage, he tried to persuade Terry that it was her fault and she needed to behave better. Then he wouldn't get angry. The woman was genuinely afraid of what he might do and tried her best to keep her husband satisfied because even the slightest triviality could enrage him. David yelled at Terry if the curtains were slightly askew or if the towels weren't folded a certain way. He insisted she keep the door open when taking a shower or using the bathroom. The woman was so afraid of her husband's explosive reactions to trivial accidents, like a broken plate, that she disposed of any incriminating evidence in the neighbor's trash can. Once, David noticed a burnt sausage in the pot and reprimanded his wife for squandering his funds. During uncontrollable fits of rage, terrified Terry frequently sought refuge in the basement, as she had no other place to conceal herself. You see, David had installed locks on the doors between the rooms, and only he possessed the keys. Larson demanded absolute submission from his wife. One day, as usual, Terry was preparing dinner when David arrived home and noticed a package of spaghetti on the table. For some unknown reason, this infuriated him, and he insisted that his wife promptly remove the pasta before it spoiled. Her arguments that dry pasta couldn't vanish so rapidly only fueled his anger further. David declared that she should follow his instructions, not argue. At that instant, Terry was holding their 2-month-old baby, but that didn't deter the furious David, and he angrily shoved his wife. The baby wailed, and once more the woman pondered if she desired such a life for her daughters. It was then that she resolved she would do anything to shield her children from their tyrannical father. Terry pledged to herself that she would leave this relationship regardless of the cost. The woman endured aggression from her husband, believing deep down that the issue was with her, but she was somehow acting incorrectly. But as soon as she sensed that David might pose a danger to the children, Carrie fully realized that he was the problem. Filled with determination to protect her daughters, she packed her belongings while her husband was away, grabbed the children, and found temporary refuge at a domestic violence shelter. Immediately after that, in November 1999, she filed for divorce, but Larson used all available means at his disposal to prolong the process. As a result, their marriage was dissolved only on January 31, 2001. It seemed like the situation had finally been resolved. But for Terry, it turned into another nightmare. The judge granted her and David joint custody of the children, despite the fact that he had insulted and mistreated his wife. And now she had to allow him to see Amanda and Holly. On the steps of the courthouse on the day the divorce was essentially finalized, David leaned towards his ex-wife and, looking into her eyes, spitefully whispered that she would regret what she had done. Terry escaped after many years of aggression and violence, but the danger had not passed. She worried about her girls every time she had to hand them over to their father for the weekends. David's threats constantly echoed in her mind, and it was terrifying to trust him with the children. Larson persisted in verbally and physically assaulting Terry whenever she brought or picked up their daughters. That's when she demanded that they exchange the children in public locations. She had to summon the police twice to depart her ex-husband's residence without any incidents, and eventually she secured a restraining order against him. Peace of mind only arrived 3 years later when Terry encountered Nick Nikolai. She discovered in him the support and comfort she had been lacking. The woman started to open up and trust people once more. She and Nick fell in love, and he gave her the care and attention she merited. Soon they became a joyful family, and Nick treated the girls as his own children. In 2003, Nick and Terry got married. It was supposed to be a time of joy and happiness. However, Terry soon discovered that her ex-husband was not prepared to let her go. David told acquaintances that she would regret the day she decided to marry Nick. He believed that in his and God's eyes they were still married, so by remarrying, Terry was going against God's will. He kept mementos from their wedding, including her dress, photo albums, and videos, which he showed to the girls as evidence that their mother did not keep her promises. Unable to control his ex-wife's life any further, Larson devised something dreadful. On January 31, 2004, on the 3rd anniversary of Terry and David's divorce, the woman had no idea that her worst fears would soon materialize. On that day, she intended to go to Larson's residence to pick up her daughters, 6-year-old Amanda and 4-year-old Holly, after their scheduled visit with their father. Over time, despite the restraining order, Terry relaxed as her ex-husband tried to maintain his composure. Nick Nikolai offered to accompany her, but Terry still feared David's reaction and decided that the presence of her new husband would only complicate matters, so she went alone. Larson had a volatile temper, and she wanted to do everything possible to keep him from exploding in front of the girls. Although she was about to face her tough ex-husband, Terry was in high spirits. Having missed her daughters, she couldn't wait to see them and share important family news. She was sure the girls would be thrilled. It was a beautiful frosty morning. The evening before, she and Nick had learned that Terry was pregnant, so the couple was overjoyed. The enthusiastic mother couldn't wait to tell her daughters that they would have another brother or sister. Exactly at 10 a.m., Terry approached Larson's house and knocked. The man opened the door, and she thought his mood seemed better than usual today. David said the girls were playing hide-and-seek and wanted their mom to find them. Although Terry's intuition told her that something might be wrong on his part, she entered. At that moment, she had a strange feeling that something was off. When Terry turned to Larson in confusion, he reminded her that she had once accused him of violence, although it wasn't true. But now she would fully understand what it means when a husband beats you. Terry didn't even have time to respond before David picked up a nearby baseball bat, and then everything plunged into darkness. When consciousness returned, she found herself lying on the floor in the living room of her ex-husband's house. Her head was unbearably painful, as if it had been hit several times with something heavy. Blood was flowing from her ear, and her body felt paralyzed. Before Terry could try to move and understand what had happened, David wrapped her in duct tape and then began to squeeze her neck with his hands. The first thought that came to her mind was, "Where are the girls?" The woman couldn't give up until she knew they were safe. Terry remembered from a movie how to protect herself when being choked. She turned her head to the side and began to pray. David was losing his grip, frustrated that he couldn't easily dispose of his ex-wife, and he started to lose control. Terry resisted with all her strength, but the blows to her head didn't go unnoticed and she had lost too much blood. To her horror, she realized that she wouldn't be able to escape even if the opportunity presented itself. Her mind raced. At that time, Larson made unsuccessful attempts to strangle Terry, took her outside, and threw her into a trash bin, which he then closed and loaded onto a truck to take away. He sprinkled snow and ice to cover up the traces. Terry could hear him sealing the container with tape to lock her inside permanently. Then, David dragged the trash bin to the truck and covered it with a tarp to disguise it. Meanwhile, Terry desperately searched for a way out, knowing he might dump her in the woods, shoot her, or try to get rid of her in some other way. Apparently, he refrained from shooting inside the house to avoid attracting the neighbors' attention. But Terry's main concern was not for herself. She worried that if Larson could escape punishment for her death, he might gain sole custody of their daughters. But even more frightening was the possibility that he could harm the girls after she disappeared. Who knows what's going on in the mind of this monster? Terry was trembling from the cold. Her thoughts were disjointed. She couldn't figure out how to flee. The vehicle bounced on the potholes. Presumably, Larson was in a hurry to complete his sinister act. Suddenly, in one moment, the container shook so violently that Terry hit the wall, and it dawned on her. David was so confident that everything would go smoothly for him that he made a huge mistake. He didn't notice that she still had her mobile phone in the pocket of her hoodie. The thawing snow slightly loosened the sticky tape on her body, and Terry managed to reach into her pocket and dial 911 by touch. She could barely utter a few words, but for some reason, the 911 operator was skeptical, thinking it was some kind of prank. The captive had neither the strength nor the time to explain what had happened. She only managed to say that she was on the brink of death and dictate the name and address of her kidnapper. Terry didn't know where her ex-husband was planning to take her, and she couldn't remember how much battery life was left on her phone. She wanted to make another call to her husband, Nick, to inform him of the situation and bid farewell. Unlike the 911 dispatcher, Nick didn't hesitate. He immediately understood what was going on. The man didn't talk for too long to avoid draining his wife's phone battery, as the mobile could be her only tool for rescue. He told her he loved her and said goodbye, wondering if this would be the last time he heard Terry's voice. In a panic, Nick immediately called the police and reported his wife missing. He also reported that David Larson had taken his 2 daughters for the weekend, and now the girls were missing. The police received a lead on 3 missing persons, and now they faced a race against time to quickly find the missing mother and her 2 daughters. They already knew that Terry was being held against her will, but they didn't know where her children had been all this time, or if they were in any danger. It was at that moment that a patrol car was dispatched to David Larson's address. Meanwhile, locked in the trash bin in the bed of her ex-husband's pickup truck, Terry felt that she might pass out at any moment due to blood loss. If Larson drove into the nearest forest, the police might never find her, so she began to push the lid of the bin from the inside to try to escape, but the tape didn't give way. She only managed to stick her hand out, giving her some chance of rescue if anyone noticed her. Terry began to desperately wave her hand, hoping that passing pedestrians or vehicles would notice. But before anyone could see her, movement in the truck bed caught David's attention. He glanced in the rearview mirror and immediately realized what was happening. Pulling over to the side of the road, he climbed out of the cab and into the pickup bed. With all his might, Larson struck the container and threatened to end Terry's life right there if she didn't calm down. Adjusting the tarp, he was about to return to the driver's seat when something unexpected happened. Terry's phone suddenly started ringing, and her heart froze. It was her only chance of rescue. Trying to quickly silence the ringtone or reject the call, the woman futilely fumbled with her frozen fingers. Unfortunately, David heard the ringtone. He tore off the lid of the container and snatched the mobile from the captive's hands. Resealing the trash bin with sticky tape, he got back into the cab and resumed driving. Inside her, Terry still carried a tiny, unborn child, and her 2 daughters, who needed care, were somewhere unknown, with no chance of rescue for herself. At that moment, she couldn't even cry, but her thoughts were interrupted by the wail of police sirens approaching directly toward them. Terry knew they were coming to save her, but to her great dismay, the patrol car zoomed past, and the sounds faded into the distance. The police were not looking for the pickup truck at that moment. They were rushing to David Larson's house. Law enforcement officers couldn't even imagine that they had just passed by a woman who had called 911, sealed in a trash bin. The captive felt utterly helpless. In that moment when the sirens quieted down, she, wounded, sat in the filthy container, realizing that she was about to lose everything. Her daughters, Mick, the unborn child, and her seemingly happy life. When the police arrived at the scene, they knocked down the door, but found no one inside. In the living room, officers discovered a sizable bloodstain on the carpet and a vacant gun holster. Neither the girls nor their mother were in the house, and neither was the homeowner. While searching the rooms, the officers noticed that all the walls of the house were adorned with photographs of David and Terry's life together. During the search, they also found women's athletic pants, with remnants of sticky tape wrapped around the ankles. There was a red substance resembling blood on the tape. They interviewed neighbors who said they had seen David towing Terry's car earlier that morning. Detectives understood that they had only a few hours at their disposal, and if the perpetrator hadn't dealt with Terry immediately, he might have headed to another location to finish what he had started. The police weren't going to waste a single second until they found the children and their mother safe and sound. Experts tried to track David and Terry's cell phones. They managed to trace Larson's mobile signal to Milwaukee, about a half-hour's drive from his home. But then the signal disappeared. In addition to other findings, detectives found real estate documents in Milwaukee. There were 3 different addresses, and the police checked each building. Next to one of the properties, the police found Terry Jendusa Nikolai's car. They thought David had tried to get rid of the car, but might have left clues inside that could indicate the further direction. However, the car was empty, and there was no evidence of the recent presence of the children or their mother. In other properties owned by Larson, the police also found no leads. Time was running out, and the lives of the abducted could be interrupted at any moment. Nick Nikolai, Terry's second husband, was beside himself. He couldn't calm down and berated himself for letting his pregnant wife go to this monster's house. But what worried him even more was the fate of the girls, whom the man had already come to love. At the same time, the police were searching for any leads, questioning relatives and friends. The Amber Alert system for child abductions in the U.S. was activated. Nearly 100 law enforcement officers were exploring various leads in the case. Volunteers, some of whom had never met Terry, spent the day driving around city blocks and inspecting basements of unfinished houses in search of any signs of her presence. But their surprise was immense when David Larson went to his job as an air traffic controller that evening, acting as if nothing had happened. He arrived in the same green pickup truck that the police were looking for, and he was immediately taken in for questioning. The man told the detectives that he was shocked to hear about Terry's disappearance and would do everything in his power to help find her. The investigators played along, allowing him to believe they believed his words. However, as David insisted that his ex-wife didn't show up to take the girls, his lies began to accumulate. Larson claimed he had been at home all morning, unaware that his phone had been pinged in Milwaukee. But when the detectives told him that patrol officers had visited his house around 11:30 in the morning, broke down the door in search of Terry, and found her blood-stained clothes with sticky tape on her legs, David visibly became nervous. He began to fidget in his chair and nervously rubbed his pants with his hands. At that moment, the detective noticed dark stains on his clothing and directly told Larson that there was blood on his jeans, essentially accusing him of lying. David started to waver, and his story suddenly changed. He admitted that Terry had indeed shown up at his house that morning, but he hadn't noticed her immediately. As a good father, Larson was packing the children's homework into their backpacks with his back to the front door. Terry entered silently. When the man turned around, he saw his ex-wife, her face contorted in anger, and she was holding a hammer over her head. The pressure was mounting, and David's lies were becoming increasingly absurd. He then explained to the police that he was shocked by his ex-wife's strange behavior. She had snuck into his house and seemed poised to attack him from behind. Looking into her eyes, he realized she wasn't joking and was determined to strike him with the hammer, so he had to do whatever was necessary to defend himself. Fearing for his life, he grabbed a nearby baseball bat and swung with all his might, hitting Terry in the face. Then David took the tape, but he didn't understand why, and everything that happened afterwards seemed to occur in a fog, and he hardly remembered anything from that morning. Naturally, the detectives didn't believe a single word of Larson's story about self-defense, but they had to listen to him in the hope that he would slip up. They interrogated him for several hours, but he never revealed anything that could help find Terry Gendusa Nicolai. Eventually, the investigators managed to push David to talk about his children, and he blurted out that he had taken the children to a babysitter. Armed with the information about the girls' whereabouts, the police urgently dispatched a patrol car to the address provided. Following the only lead, the officers cautiously approached the house. They discovered that this time David had told the truth, and both girls were safe at that address. The police were relieved to find the children unharmed. It was a significant breakthrough in the case. However, Holly and Amanda hadn't seen Terry that day. Despite David revealing the children's location, he still didn't say a word about where their mother might be. So the detectives confiscated his personal belongings, such as his wallet and clothes. In the wallet, they found business cards from various organizations and a bunch of receipts. The police began calling all the phone numbers listed, but they had no luck until they stumbled upon a business card that caught their attention. It was for a warehouse storage facility in Wheeling, Illinois. When they called the number listed, the administrator informed them that David Larson had indeed rented a storage unit there. He had been there literally yesterday. Finally, the police believed they knew where to look for the missing woman. By that time, 27 hours had passed since Terry Gendusa's disappearance. The detectives knew they couldn't waste a single second. They raced at full speed, still hoping to find the captive woman alive. Upon reaching the warehouses, with the help of a security guard, they located the correct unit. When the police entered, it was dark and very cold inside. They began calling out Terry's name, hoping she would respond in some way. However, the building remained eerily silent. Using a crowbar, the operatives broke the lock on one of the storage rooms. Various boxes and plastic containers were scattered on the floor, most covered in a layer of dust. As the officers shone their flashlights around, ready to leave, they noticed in the corner behind the shelves a trash bin with its lid taped shut. Next to it lay a two-tone baseball bat, with the handle painted to resemble wood and the tip blackened, with stains resembling dried blood visible on the bat. A chill ran down the detectives' spines. They desperately hoped to find Terry alive. Let's rewind a bit and discover what really happened to the woman after the police car zoomed past with its sirens blaring. The sounds of sirens faded into the distance, and Terry lost her last hope of rescue. At that moment, she could only think about what her ex-husband might have done to the girls. Time seemed to slip away from her. It felt like an eternity had passed since she entered Larson's house that morning. Suddenly, the truck came to a halt, and Terry heard her daughter's voices outside. The girls were somewhere nearby, running around and laughing. Terry's first instinct was to make noise and attract Amanda and Holly's attention, but she quickly pushed that thought away. Firstly, they were so young that they wouldn't be able to do anything, and secondly, she didn't want to traumatize them further. Even on the brink of death, Terry only thought about protecting her children. At that moment, she made a heart-wrenching decision to remain silent. Hearing her daughters laugh and play, Terry realized they hadn't been harmed and everything was okay with them. If the children found out that their father had attacked their mother, they would only put them at greater risk. David could turn his anger towards them, something that Terry desperately wanted to shield Amanda and Holly from. Then the truck started moving again, and they were off to somewhere else. The next thing Terry felt was the trash bin being dropped to the ground. She had no idea where David had brought her. She only heard something heavy being placed on top from above. Throughout all this time, she remained silent, wanting her ex-husband to believe she was dead and not use any weapons. She was trapped in this icy tomb, wondering what would happen next. Would David try to finish her off, or would he leave her here to die? Terry's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the closing door, after which everything fell silent. She was left completely alone in the sealed plastic container, curled up in a ball. Everyone she loved was left behind, and there was no chance of rescue. Waiting for a few minutes to make sure Larson had left and not set up a trap, Carrie began to scream and plead for help as loudly as her hoarse voice and dwindling oxygen allowed. She pressed against the walls of the bin, trying to pry open the top and scratching her legs in the process, managing to lift the lid just enough to get some air. Terry could finally breathe a little easier, but due to her injuries and the low temperature, she quickly lost consciousness. With each passing hour, the situation worsened. Where the trash bin stood, it was cold, and Terry's body was still covered in snow. It no longer melted because her body temperature was dropping rapidly. Her hands ached, and her feet felt numb from the cold. Carrie tried to lower her hands to rub her toes a little, but her body wouldn't cooperate. Her eyelids slowly began to droop. She desperately wanted to rest, telling herself, just for a minute, but immediately snapped out of it and vigorously rubbed her eyes. She knew that falling asleep would be a death sentence. The wound on her head still bled and throbbed terribly. Terry was already so exhausted that eternal sleep seemed like the best way out. Unfortunately, she had lost too much energy to escape from the trash bin, and now she simply lost hope that anyone would find her. She didn't even know where David had left her, but there was one thing that kept her spark alive. If she died, who would protect her children? The fear for her little ones still gave her strength not to give up, and the adrenaline in her blood helped her fight the urge to sleep. Terry would drift in and out of consciousness, sometimes delirious, and then she heard some noise. Her first thought was that David had returned. Panic gripped her mind in an instant. She didn't understand what he was going to do next. Shoot her because she was still alive, or throw the trash bin into the lake. Terry tried to remain calm, not making a sound, hoping he would leave, but the footsteps were getting closer. It had been over a day since Terry Gendusa Nikolai disappeared. Checking the warehouse belonging to her ex-husband, David Larson, the police noticed a trash bin in the far corner. They removed all the weights from it, cut the tape, and opened the lid. Peering inside, they couldn't believe their eyes at what they saw. Inside, in the fetal position, was a woman. There was a huge wound on her head, swollen eyelids, and a purple face. Her toes were blackened from frostbite, and it looked like she was wearing socks on them. Her appearance was horrifying. Terry had been beaten, tied up, and left to die in the icy trash bin. But miraculously, she was still clinging to life, breathing and able to speak. Detectives who had seen much in their careers were witnessing something like this for the first time. The police feared they would cause even more harm if they tried to extract the woman from the trash bin, so they left her there until the paramedics arrived. It was winter outside, and the day was freezing. Even breathing hurt in the open air, so there was no certainty that the joy wouldn't turn out to be premature. The survivor found in the trash bin could leave this world at any moment. Terry was urgently taken to the hospital. David had beaten her with a baseball bat, and she had spent nearly 27 hours in the snow and ice. Her body temperature was critically low, but she continued to fight for her life. The first thing Terry asked when she came to was where her children were. They explained that the girls were alive and well, and David Larson was in jail. A wave of relief washed over her. Now she knew the fight had been worth it. Terry's husband, Nick, was overwhelmed with joy when the police called him and gave him the news about his wife. The man broke into tears. It was the best phone call he had ever received. Nick rushed to the hospital where his pregnant wife had been taken just a couple of minutes earlier. Despite all the good news, Terry and Nick faced a tragic loss. The child growing in her womb for several weeks was no longer viable because of what she had endured. Terry couldn't keep the baby she had so desperately wanted to tell her daughters about, and their marriage with Nick began in a way they never dreamed of.
But Terry did everything possible to focus on the positive aspects. She was still alive, her children were safe, and she was loved and cherished. Even though she had to have her toes amputated due to frostbite, she felt almost relieved. At first, doctors thought that her body's hypothermia would necessitate amputating her legs and
arms up to the elbows. However, Terry managed to recover quickly, and they didn't have to resort to such drastic measures. According to the doctor's assessment, she had only 1 hour to live before she would have died, and it was truly miraculous that the police found her in time. Terry spent almost 7 weeks in the hospital, undergoing 10 different surgeries, and even after she returned home, she remained confined to a wheelchair for several more weeks. She was angry that she could no longer run or climb stairs by herself for a while to tuck her girls into bed, but she was grateful that she and her daughters were alive and would never see David again. After a long recovery, Carrie had to appear in court to once again face her kidnapper. She relived the emotional trauma, not only from what she had endured while being trapped in a trash bin for over a day, but also from the loss of their unborn child she shared with Nick. Larson's lawyers tried to find evidence that the loss of the unborn child could have occurred naturally, not as a result of her ex-husband's actions. Despite hundreds of undeniable pieces of evidence pointing to David's guilt, the defense wanted to review Terry's medical records for her entire life, and she had to fight again to bring her abuser to justice and put him behind bars. At the federal level, David Larson was sentenced to life in prison. Terry and her family were finally safe. After the verdict was announced, he glared viciously at the woman who, not long ago, was completely under his control. But she knew that her ex-husband would never be able to hurt her or those she loved again. She wouldn't allow anyone to control her life anymore. On June 30th, 2019, in Seoul, South Korea, a group of 7 companions were packing their belongings into vehicles. They were planning to embark on a 2-hour drive to reach a serene, secluded location known as Gapyeong River Valley. This spot is renowned among visitors for its stunning waterfalls and profound pools encircled by mountain ranges. The locals amuse themselves by leaping from these cliffs into the water below. The friends' intentions were to take pleasure in unwinding in nature, swimming and jumping, but from the outset, there was a bit of unease within the group of 7. The entire group consisted of 3 couples and 1 unattached friend. The excursion was arranged by a young woman named Lee Yoon-hee, who was the spirit of the group and brought everyone together for this trip. Yoon-hye went there with her partner Joe, but her former boyfriend Leo was also in attendance with his current girlfriend Chloe. The most uncomfortable aspect was that Chloe was unaware that Leo and Yoon-hye had previously been in a relationship. She simply regarded them as longtime friends. To alleviate this discomfort, Yoon-hye invited a few additional people, a middle school companion Yoona with her boyfriend, and her acquaintance named Yoon Sang-yub. So, all 7 individuals were leaping from the cliff into the water, swimming, and savoring the respite. As the day drew to a close, fatigued from swimming in the crisp air, they started to gather their belongings as it was time to make the 2-hour journey back home. Abruptly, one of them proposed making a final jump from the cliff, because who knows when they would have the opportunity to venture out like this for a holiday again. 3 people concurred to take this last plunge from the cliff: Yoon-hye's boyfriend Joe, her ex-boyfriend Leo, and the single Yoon Sang-yub. They ascended the immense cliff together when it was already dark outside, and one after the other dove into the water. Yoon-hye observed them from the shore. She witnessed all 3 of them jump into the water, but only 2 resurfaced. The 3rd person perished. In today's intricate case, there were 3 primary suspects: Lee Yoon-hye, her partner Joe, and her former boyfriend Leo. The individual who perished at the waterfall turned out to be the unattached Yoon Sang-yub, who was, in fact, none other than Lee Yoon-hye's actual spouse. All 3 suspects had a genuine reason to desire his demise. This incident truly occurred in South Korea. The names of numerous people who are not central figures in the narrative have been removed from court records. Only their surnames have been disclosed. To make it simpler to comprehend, let's substitute them with pseudonyms. Lee Yoon-hye, a young woman who had just lost her spouse on vacation, reached out to a major news organization in South Korea and requested their assistance. The widow, left alone in an instant, did not comprehend how to carry on.
Her entire life was crumbling after her husband's passing, and she genuinely wanted to draw public attention to what was transpiring. Yoon Sang-yub, her husband, was everything to her, her primary support in life, and now that he was gone,
Lee Yun-hye felt the full bitterness of the loss. The young woman told the producers about how Sang adored his family. The man worked overtime, sometimes at 2 jobs simultaneously, just to help send money to her disabled parents. Sometimes they themselves were left without a single penny in their pockets. But the main thing was that they were next to each other. Lee Yun-hye described Yoon Sang-yub as an intelligent and compassionate person whose purpose in life was his family. He didn't even purchase himself new shoes, wearing his sneakers to the point where they fell apart at the seams, and now he's gone, tragically deceased. All that remains of him is life insurance. Sang wanted his wife not to experience financial hardships even after his death, but for some reason, the insurance company declined to pay her the money intended for her. Yoon-hye, along with her parents, could end up on the street in the literal sense of the word. The widow wanted to make this case public in order to get her rightful money. However, the insurance company thought otherwise. They refused to pay Lee Yun-hye, citing suspicions of fraud and foul play, although she herself personally witnessed the accidental drowning of her husband, and even the police considered this case an accident. The producers of the news company expressed their condolences to the widow and were very interested in creating an episode that could expose the dark underside of the insurance world. They wanted to launch a series of programs where insurance companies would exploit young people who did not know the laws and could not afford to hire a lawyer. As a result, the producers promised to provide all possible assistance to Lee Yun-hye in exposing the insurance company, which for some ridiculous reasons refused to pay money to the grief-stricken, unfortunate young woman. On October 17, 2020, a South Korean television and radio network aired an episode of their documentary series called I Want to Know, featuring Lee Yun-hye. It was titled The Last Dive of the Day, The Mystery of Drowning in Gapyeong Valley. Instead of exposing a corrupt industry, they revealed the events that led to Yoon Sang-yub's death and the suspicious behavior of his wife, Yoon-hye. Many individuals can swim, or at least have an idea of how to stay afloat to avoid drowning. In Korea, pools are not an integral part of everyday life, especially for those who reside in Seoul or other big cities. That's why there is nothing unusual about someone not knowing how to swim. Yoon Sang-yub could not swim. What was unusual that day was that he was harassed for it. The man was about 12 years older than the other 6 people in the group. He was around 40. In Korean culture, great importance is placed on respect for elders. An age difference of even 1 year can serve as a basis for using respectful forms of address. Respect is a very serious matter for Koreans, but these 6 treated Sang-yub like a punching bag, ridiculing him in every possible way. When he was in the water in a huge inflatable ring, he tried to swim not far from the shore. At that time, the other young people, Joe and Leo, were going to jump into the water from a cliff, while the girls were resting on the shore. At some point, Joe and Leo, the boyfriend and ex-boyfriend of Lee Yun-hye, whom Sang considered friends of his wife, decided to play a prank on an adult who could not swim. They began to push the inflatable ring into the depths, closer to the waterfall, and although from the outside it all appeared like a boyish prank and an innocent joke, Sang-yub's face said otherwise. The guy was clearly uncomfortable and frightened. He politely tried to say that he did not like their behavior. However, the guys continued to have fun. After dragging the ring into the depths, they began to rock it in different directions, attempting to tip Sang-yub into the water. But the most alarming thing was that his wife Lee Yun-hye was standing on the shore at that time and filming it all on camera, saying that someone should help turn the inflatable ring over. This was said by a woman who knew perfectly well that her husband could not swim. Only when Yoon-hye noticed that the other girls were looking at her disapprovingly did she begin to laugh affectedly, as if it was the funniest thing in the world to see a person close to you being bullied. The most surprising thing is that the other girls could not even imagine that Lee Yun-hye was currently married to Sang-yub. They spent the whole day together in nature, and there was absolutely no indication that these two were married. 3 hours after the video was filmed of the guys rocking the inflatable ring, Sang-yub was found dead in the water. When the sun disappeared over the horizon and it began to get dark, one couple of friends began to gather to go home, and the rest joined them, as it had noticeably got colder outside. Yoon-hye suggested completing the fun trip with a final jump from the cliff. She was not going to do it herself, but she persistently threw the idea at the guys. Despite the fact that it seemed illogical to jump into the water again after you had completely dried your clothes, several people supported the girl's idea and went to the rocky cliff. It was Joe and Leo, Yoon-hye's boyfriend and ex-boyfriend. However, she wanted Sang to also overcome his fear and make a jump from a height, and when he refused, the girl got nervous and stated that if he was afraid, she would do it for him. No matter how much Sang wanted to avoid the jump, he could not let his woman do it for him. Although it was an absolutely senseless risk, a stupid desire of the girl to prove something to someone, Sang just wanted this day to end as soon as possible. Most likely, he felt that even if he refused, they would drag him onto this cliff by force and throw him down, if only to laugh at him once again. At 8:30 in the evening, all three guys ascended a rocky cliff about 15 feet high to jump for the last time. Yoon-hye and Chloe watched them from below, while the other couple was already seated in the car in the parking lot. Joe had an inflatable ring with him. He dropped it before jumping down and then dove headfirst. While Joe was leisurely swimming away, Leo, the ex-boyfriend, stood up and entered the water like a soldier. It was Sang-yub's turn. He hesitated for a couple of seconds and stepped off the cliff. Chloe saw his head appear on the surface. The guy looked completely normal. Yes, he could not swim, but he was able to push off from the bottom and stay afloat. All three headed for the shore, and then something strange occurred. Joe made some strange gesture with his hand, as if signaling to someone. At that time, Yoon-hye distracted Chloe by asking her to hand over the bag that was behind her. And when the girl turned around and bent down, she heard a sudden scream that also abruptly died down. Turning to the noise, Chloe saw Sang-yub desperately waving his arms and trying to stay afloat. She could not understand what had happened because 2 seconds ago he was completely fine. Joe was floundering 30 feet away from Sang-yub in his inflatable ring. He swam towards the drowning guy, but from the shore it seemed that he was deliberately doing it too slowly. Then, the girls rushed to the car on the hill to get a life ring. It took about a couple of minutes. However, when they returned to the shore, it was too late. The water where Sang had recently been waving his arms was calm, and the guy himself was nowhere to be seen. Joe and Leo were standing waist-deep in the water, peering into the darkness. They kept repeating that due to poor visibility, they could not save Yoon Sang-yub. Chloe had a feeling that everyone, Yoon-hye, Joe, and even her boyfriend Leo, were somehow involved in this. The girl called the emergency service, and when the rescuers arrived, they pulled Sang-yub out of the water and tried to perform artificial respiration, but he was already dead. His death was considered an accident. Yoon Sang-yub's family had never been to his luxurious newlywed apartment. No matter how many times they tried to visit the newlyweds and bring a housewarming gift, Sang always had some excuses. Either the house was not cleaned, or they had plans, or they decided to do some cosmetic repairs. The parents did not know that the house for their son and his young wife, which they helped to pay for, was occupied by Yoon-hye and her boyfriends. Sang-yub, the husband, did not even have the right to go there. After his death, the family learned that the couple had never lived together at all. It turned out that Sang was huddled in a tiny basement apartment near his work. None of his loved ones knew for sure how these two had even met. The guy himself insisted that he had met Yoon-hye at his work. However, none of his colleagues remembered that this girl had ever held any position with them. At that time, Sang was working in a large company with an annual income of about $50,000, given that the average income in South Korea was much less. In addition, Sang had always saved money. When he met his future wife, he had already saved about $300,000, which in the modern economy is a huge achievement. Sang-yeob was very kind, and he was not at all embarrassed that Lee Yoon-hye had a daughter from a previous relationship. Although in South Korea, society is skeptical about single mothers. Previously, they were considered a disgrace to the family. They could even be fired from work because of this. It turned out that the bride demanded that the future husband buy them a decent apartment in Incheon, but he himself was tied to Suwon for work, so he rented a dirty basement room there. It was planned that on weekdays he would live there, and on weekends he would come to Incheon, but there were several serious problems with this. Sang-yeob was the sole breadwinner and paid for everything, spending most of his time in a squalid basement. These spaces were originally created as bunkers in case of military action, but due to the housing crisis, they began to be rented out, despite the difficulties and health hazards of living in an underground apartment for extended periods. During the rainy season, the basements were constantly flooded, and due to constant dampness, rats, bed bugs, and cockroaches thrived, and dust and dirt from the street accumulated. In winter, basements are cold, and in summer they are unbearably damp, causing mold to grow quickly, but it is impossible to open a window and ventilate, as rats would then get inside. The tiny cramped bathrooms of these apartments lack even sinks, and the toilet is a narrow closet with a low ceiling. While basements are more affordable to rent than regular apartments, living there is nearly impossible due to the prevailing conditions. The South Korean government is gradually trying to phase out the rental of basements for living. Sang-yeob had to take out a $100,000 loan just to pay a deposit for a luxurious apartment in an expensive high-rise building in Incheon. He also borrowed a large sum from his family to support Yoon-hye's lifestyle. His loved ones were unaware of this situation, but friends who knew tried to convince him that it was not normal. Sang-yeob did not even have the key to the luxurious apartment where his wife lived. She forbade him from appearing there and never visited her husband herself, considering herself too good for his squalid dwelling. He brushed off his friends' concerns, saying that it was all nonsense and that they loved each other, with separation being only temporary. 2 days after her husband's death, CCTV cameras captured Lee Yoon-hye and Jo entering the basement apartment and carrying out boxes of valuables such as a computer, laptop, tablet, and everything that Sang-yeob needed for work, which had at least some financial value for resale. This is not surprising from a woman who watched her husband starve just so she could have a new designer bag. Yoon-hye had complete control over all his finances. As soon as funds were deposited into Sang-yeob's bank account, they immediately passed into his wife's possession. Even if he wanted to buy clothes or food for himself, he would have to ask her for money. The man spent all his savings accumulated over years of hard work, got into debt, and took out loans for her. But Yoon-hye was never satisfied. She justified her constantly growing appetite for cash by helping her disabled parents. In just 5 years, he went from being financially secure to almost a beggar with a mountain of debt. A year before his death in 2018, he had to file for bankruptcy with a total debt of $120,000. Sang died in June 2019, but for the last 2 years he had not really been living, dying of hunger because he could not afford even the cheapest food. He had nothing to pay for electricity and water in his basement apartment, so he often asked friends to lend him money. Sang-yeob was constantly losing weight and seemed completely exhausted. He wore worn-out shoes and broken glasses. Sometimes Sang wrote humiliating text messages to his wife, asking for some cash to pay the electricity bills, otherwise his lights would be turned off. He solemnly promised her that next month he would not ask for anything and would spend his money more economically. Unfortunately, these phrases could offend a person with sympathy or empathy, but Yoon-hye had neither. Sometimes Sang did it more simply. He sent a photo of his torn boots and asked when his salary would be credited to the account. Please buy your husband new sneakers, because he is a little ashamed in front of his colleagues at work. But Yoon-hye didn't care. Instead, she asked her husband to issue a credit card in his sister's name, because she also needed funds. Moreover, messages were found in which Sang offered his wife to break up due to his financial difficulties. But Yoon-hye found the words to convince him otherwise. At a time when the man was considering selling his own organs to take care of his wife and her sick parents, she was traveling abroad with her friends and spending most of the money on buying designer items. She had a personal car and a comfortable apartment, while he was starving to death in a damp basement. Sang-yub even considered taking his own life, but he regarded it as a very selfish choice. Despite being in such a state, he still thought about his wife and her well-being. And that's when the idea occurred to him to post an ad on the internet about selling a phantom helicopter. People from all over the world began to write to him and inquire about his weight and age. In South Korea, a phantom helicopter is a term used on the black market. Ghost in Korean sounds like kidneys, and helicopter is an abbreviation in English. He means heart, li, liver, ko, cornea, pi, pancreas, t, tendon, r, retina. Sang wanted to sell his whole body, all his organs, to bring a little extra money for Yoon-hee, although he was certain that she would not even attend his funeral because she was always busy. Lee Yoon-hee did show up at Sang-yub's funeral with her ex-boyfriend and current boyfriend. They sat near the ceremonial hall and played mobile games on their phones, which was completely disrespectful. The only time she seemed emotional and anxious about her husband's death was when it came to the life insurance payout that she had taken out on Sang-yub within 5 months of getting married. Yoon-hee bought 4 different policies, totaling $650,000, and was the sole beneficiary of each of them. The insurance agent from whom she purchased these life insurance policies was another of her ex-boyfriends. A truly sad detail was that Sang knew life insurance was an important part of their relationship. He even joked with his friends, telling them not to worry. When he died, he would have a lot of money. In the world of insurance, timing is crucial. Yoon Sang-yub died just 4 hours before the expiration of his insurance. There is one Japanese delicacy that can take the lives of 30 adults. It is the fugu fish. Its innards are 1,200 times more poisonous than cyanide. Preparing this dish requires a highly specialized chef with many years of experience, because one wrong piece of fugu fish can be fatal. There is no antidote. Once the toxin enters your body, there is nothing you can do. Sharks are the only species with immunity to the fugu fish toxin. Humans have no immunity. On February 25, 2019, just a few months before Sang-yub's death, Yoon-hee took him to a restaurant to eat fugu fish. Recently, she had stopped paying for her husband's life insurance because it was too expensive, but a week before the invitation to the restaurant, the woman started paying for his insurance again. She felt sorry for spending money on it that she could use herself, so Yoon-hee had the audacity to ask her husband's relatives for money to pay for it. Imagine her disappointment when Sang-yub got a stomachache and that was the end of it. The woman wrote in anger to one of her boyfriends that she had added enough pieces of fugu to her husband's plate, but he only got an upset stomach. So Yoon-hee stopped paying for insurance again, and this became a pattern. The next time, payments resumed when the couple and their friends went to a waterfront house for the May holidays. Every time Yoon-hee was annoyed when Sang tried to talk to her or look in her direction, and late at night she pushed him off the bridge into the water. However, the depth turned out to be too shallow for the guy to drown. When surprised witnesses asked what was happening, Yoon-hee stated that he was too drunk to stand on his feet, although Sang insisted that he was pushed. Strangely, as soon as his wife restored Sang-yub's life insurance, something bad would definitely happen to him. The company sent Yoon-hee a letter mentioning that if the payment was not made by July 1st, 2019, the insurance would be canceled, and on the last day of June, Sang-yub was found dead around 9 p.m. Lee Yoon-hee was the main character of the reality show Extreme Makeover in Korea when she was only 13 years old. The producers found families with a touching backstory and then did a complete renovation of their house. Thus, Lee Yoon-hee's family was chosen for one of the episodes. Both the girl's mother and father were actually confined to wheelchairs and lived very poorly. They all huddled together in a small one-bedroom house. They existed on government benefits. From childhood, Yoon-hee did all the housework and took care of her parents. She had to grow up very quickly. When asked about her dearest wish on the show, the girl replied that she would like to have her own room. The fact is that she very often talked in her sleep, which prevented her parents from sleeping. So 13-year-old Yoon Hye dreamed that they could finally get a good night's sleep. And she always wanted to be able to help those in need. It was a very mature, kind, selfless answer for a child of her age, and Yoon Hye at some point became a role model in many families. Viewers even held her up as an example to their children, and now the cute little heroine of Extreme Makeover has grown up and become the main suspect in a real crime show in South Korea, and everyone was wondering how she even got there. A few years after participating in the show Extreme Makeover, Yoon Hye met Joe. This is the same guy who was with her during the trip to the Gapyeong Valley. They periodically saw each other, and all that united them was an intimate relationship. Yoon Hye began hanging out with boys from different schools. There were rumors that she was paid in cash for the meetings. So over time, this grew into a full-fledged job of providing intimate services, and Joe acted as her curator and pimp. After that, Yoon Hye's life changed dramatically. She ran away from home, abandoned her parents and school. In just 1 year, the girl ended up in the police station about 10 times for minor offenses. At the age of 18, she appeared in the family home, not to return and correct her mistakes. Yoon Hye dropped off her little daughter to her disabled parents, stating that she would not be able to take care of her. Lee Yoon Hye's father and mother had to take full custody of the baby. They couldn't give their own granddaughter to an orphanage. Who was the father of this child remained a mystery. The young woman was not particularly interested in this. She did not care about anyone except herself. She did not have the means to raise her daughter, so she could not be a good mother. But there were finances for numerous plastic surgeries on the face, and this pleasure is not cheap. When Yoon Sung-yub first met Yoon Hye, he did not see a petty, rude manipulator, which she really was, but the girl from the reality show, that pure, selfless child who dreamed of her own bedroom so as not to disturb the sleep of her sick parents. A child who had to grow up too quickly. The man wanted to do everything to return Yoon Hye to that image. He indulged her whims and fulfilled her desires, sometimes too high, but attributed everything to the fact that this was what she lacked in childhood. Sang was a good person, so he saw only good in people. He himself did not notice how from a benefactor he turned into a miserable slave who had to beg for his own money to buy food or shoes. Unfortunately, his kindness did not make Yoon Hye better. It only exacerbated her greedy impulses and complete lack of empathy. After Sang-yub's death, the young woman was focused on having fun. She went to a water park, went wakeboarding, went on a trip abroad with her friends and daughter. She spent all her free time with her boyfriend Joe. Of course, everyone has the right to grieve and experience trauma in any convenient way, but a lot did not add up in relation to Lee Yoon Hye. Even the conclusion of the forensic medical examination was ambiguous. Experts admitted that Sang-yub could have had a muscle spasm due to the cold water, and he could have started drowning. But then, the question arose as to why Joe, who was 30 feet away from this and swam perfectly, could not get to him in time to save him. The next oddity was that, according to eyewitnesses, Sang abruptly went under the water and did not surface again. Due to the darkness, it was difficult to see anything in the water, but this completely contradicted the conclusions of the forensic medical examination in this case. According to the conclusion of the pathologist who performed the autopsy of Sang-yub, foam was found in his lungs. It appears only when air and water repeatedly enter and exit the trachea. Simply put, this is a clear sign that the guy was fighting for his life and trying to get to the surface of the water repeatedly. All this action was aggravated by the fact that Yoon Hye knew that her husband could not swim. But she, in every possible way, encouraged him to jump off the cliff. So there were many inconsistencies in this case. Shortly after Sang-yub's passing, his family discovered that Yoon Hye had a daughter from a prior relationship, and the man had legally adopted the girl. As a result, she became the rightful heir to all his possessions. Furthermore, as a direct descendant of the late Sang-yub, she would be entitled to inherit the entire family fortune in the future. Initially, the couple even declined a formal wedding ceremony, opting to simply handle the paperwork. Sang informed his family that the bride's parents were displeased with the groom being a decade older than Yoon-hye, and a grand celebration would make their daughter a laughingstock among acquaintances. In reality, it was likely the bride's wish to marry discreetly, receive financial aid from her spouse, and reside separately, acting as if nothing connected them. When the specifics of Yoon-hye and Sang-yub's marital life became known, his older sister resolved to seek justice for her brother by any means necessary. She composed a petition, listed all the evidence known at the time, publicized it, and then submitted it to the official residence of the South Korean president. She expressed that every day since her brother's death had been filled with anguish and despair. The sister was aware that Sang-yub's family life was unusual, but she was unaware of the particulars. The brother desired love, but Yoon-hye appeared to have different motives. The petition garnered signatures from numerous individuals, including Yoon Sang-yub's friends and family, acquaintances, bloggers who independently interviewed witnesses to the tragedy, and many ordinary internet users who proved to be concerned about the incident. The petition and the news channel episode compelled the police and prosecutor's office to reopen the investigation into the suspicious death in Gapyeong Valley. If the detectives had thoroughly investigated the background of those present at the scene from the outset, they would have discovered many intriguing facts. Lee Yoon-hye had been close to marriage at least 4 times in the previous decade. Her first relationship ended in a car crash in which her husband perished, and his wife miraculously survived and received his life insurance payout. There was no concrete proof that Yoon-hye orchestrated this accident, and acquaintances sympathized with her until the next tragedy struck. Yoon-hye encountered a man named Mr. Lee. They quickly grew close and began cohabiting. After some time, Lee was expected to perform mandatory military service. Yoon-hye requested that he take one final trip to Thailand. They boarded the plane together, but only she returned. On July 16, 2014, the couple went snorkeling to view the coral reefs. During the dive, the guy lost consciousness and died. Yoon-hye herself explained that Lee had consumed too much alcohol and was swept away by a wave. However, many suspected that she was involved. Lee's body was cremated and his death was ruled an accident. The insurance policy named the guy's father as the sole beneficiary, but it was unknown if there were any other policies in Lee's name. In 2015, Lee Yoon-hye wed another man who was head over heels in love with her. His family and friends were astonished that she did not introduce her fiancé to her parents and friends for an extended period. The guests invited to the wedding on the bride's side appeared a bit odd. They were all in regular everyday attire, as if they had stumbled into the ceremony by chance. A detective hired by the husband's relatives discovered that all these individuals, even Yoon-hye's parents, were actors. The bride's family did not contribute to any wedding expenses, violating the agreements. Consequently, the marriage was annulled due to suspicions of a fraudulent scheme. The failed husband sank into a deep depression, quit his job, and struggled to recover for a long time, and Yoon-hye finished him off with a claim that he was the father of her daughter, although the child's birth dates did not coincide with the beginning of their acquaintance in any way. In the autumn of 2016, Lee Yoon-hye wed Yoon Sang-yub, and after a few years of marriage, when she had seemingly drained all his financial resources, she resolved to eliminate him by staging a drowning incident. Based on her previous relationships, Lee Yoon-hye was a serial con artist. She exploited men for her own gain and then discarded them from her path like a useless object. Of the last 4, it is assumed that 3 perished under circumstances that were not fully explained. As the police were preparing to apprehend Yoon-hye, she vanished without a trace. She fled with her lover Joe. In early 2022, they were added to Interpol's most wanted list. As it was later discovered, Joe had numerous shadow businesses and connections with criminals from other countries who could assist them in escaping Korea and going into hiding. Finding them in this case would be quite challenging. However, after 3 months, the police received shocking news. Yoon-hye and Joe had never departed from Korea. The couple had settled in a small town and made no attempt to conceal themselves. They were seen on the street while hanging out with friends. Initially, the couple of lovers were arrested, followed by the ex-boyfriend Leo, but the prosecutors primarily focused on Yoon-hye and Jo, while Leo was charged with complicity and conspiracy to commit a crime. The disabled parents who attended the trial tried in every way possible to portray Yoon-hye as an innocent victim of circumstances, assuring the judge that in their area, she had a reputation as a wonderful daughter who always cared for her father and mother. Evidently, they felt guilty that their child had to grow up quickly. However, their statements only made matters worse, as it was simultaneously proven that Yoon-hye had not communicated with her parents for over a year, and the residents of the area did not even know what she looked like. Thus, the lie, seemingly for the good, immediately came to light. Moreover, the parents admitted that they had never received any money from their daughter, even though, according to Yoon-hye, she required huge sums for the treatment and recovery of her ailing parents. Lee Yoon-hye became so emboldened by her impunity that after the crime, she approached television to compel the insurance company to pay her money under the policy. She believed that the intentional killing of Sang-yub had already gone unpunished for her, and now she was prepared to fight in any way for the money for which everything was planned. The producers of the TV channel sensed that something was amiss with this story. They latched onto the rumors about this married couple and conducted their own comprehensive investigation. If Yoon-hye herself had not begun to inflate the scandal over insurance, perhaps the death of her husband would have remained an accident, as the investigators initially believed. Lee Yoon-hye was found guilty of the death of her own husband and sentenced to life imprisonment. Jo, her boyfriend and accomplice, was found guilty and sentenced to 30 years in prison. Leo, the ex-boyfriend, is awaiting trial. He also turned out to be a very dubious character with 28 entries in the list of criminal offenses. Everyone thought that having received a sentence for her actions, Yoon-hye would feel at least some remorse. But internet users were shocked to learn that in prison she had a pen pal, Cho Ju-bin, who is currently serving 42 years in prison for participating in one of the most infamous crimes in Korea related to black market trade, where there were minors among the victims. Two heartless villains found each other. Yoon Sang-yub believed to the end that his wife loved him. For this, he was willing to endure everything. He was a kind person by nature. He could not entertain the thought that Yoon-hye was using her parents' illness only to extort money from him for her carefree life. Sang simply did not believe in the existence of truly evil people. Unfortunately, this proved to be fatal for him. The charming and diligent Michelle Huang Giles was a nursing student from the United States. She entered the world on October 3, 1984, in San Diego, California. Her parents were Vietnamese immigrants who had relocated to California in the 1970s to flee the conflict. After a perilous journey on an open boat and time spent in refugee camps, they slowly began to grasp American culture, living together with many family members. Although Michelle was raised in America, her family always cherished Vietnamese customs. The girl's mother was an exceptional individual and served as a true inspiration. As a nurse herself, Michelle's mother inspired her daughter to pursue the same career path. Being the oldest of 15 cousins, Michelle consistently looked after her younger siblings and acted as a second mother to them. She was raised in San Diego's Rancho Penasquitos neighborhood, a suburb with abundant parks, family-friendly coffee shops, and highly regarded public schools. It was a secure environment where a large, tight-knit Vietnamese family enjoyed spending time together. In 1994, when Michelle was 10 and her brother Michael was 7, their mother discovered she had breast cancer. To protect her children from fear and sorrow, she concealed her diagnosis and suffered silently. The children only learned the truth after her passing in 1999. They had no idea that their mother had been battling this fight alone for years, selflessly sacrificing her own emotions to shield them from the devastating news. It was challenging for everyone, particularly 14-year-old Michelle, who tried to remain strong and care for her brother. Following their mother's death, they moved in with their aunt, who was raising several children their age. There, they found support and could share their grief with relatives. Michael took his mother's loss extremely hard, and over time, Michelle had to become more than just a sister to him, serving as a mentor. At the same time, she developed a special bond with her cousin Christina, which was incredibly valuable to her. Christina helped Michelle navigate her teenage years, the most challenging period after her mother's death, as the girls were always together. In return, Michelle taught Christina the intricacies of womanhood, helping her write her first love letter, shopping for her first bra, and teaching her how to pluck her eyebrows, apply makeup, and straighten her hair. Michelle's attractiveness often caught the attention of young men, but she was too shy to engage with them. However, one day at a cafe, Michelle found herself sharing a table with a girl named Giselle Divac Esteban, and they eventually became best friends. Michelle's outgoing nature helped the quiet, reserved Giselle come out of her shell. The girls enjoyed movies together, visited each other, had fun, and discussed boys. They had much in common, as Giselle also came from a Filipino-American immigrant family, grew up in San Diego, and was raised in a close-knit, hard-working family. Both girls were ambitious, with Michelle wanting to honor her mother's memory by becoming a nurse. Soon, Giselle also became excited about pursuing a career in medicine. They graduated from high school together in 2002 and applied to college to prepare for nursing school. The friends moved to San Francisco for a change of environment, greater independence, and more opportunities. Michelle and Giselle initially attended different colleges, focusing intently on their studies while maintaining contact. However, in the spring of 2003, Michelle transferred to her friend's college, where she formed many new friendships, including one with a guy named Scott Marasigan. Although Michelle and Scott instantly connected, they chose to remain friends rather than pursuing a romantic relationship. By fall, Giselle and Scott began spending significantly more time together. Despite originally intending to date Scott herself, Michelle wholeheartedly supported their romance. The friends frequently went on double dates, but as time passed, they began to see each other less frequently as they embarked on new chapters in their lives. Giselle became fully immersed in her relationship with Scott, while Michelle diligently worked to acquire the knowledge needed to enter nursing school. As the years went by, Giselle and Scott welcomed a daughter, Isabel, in the fall of 2005. The young mother decided to pause her college education to prioritize her family. She secured a job at a kindergarten, but after a couple of years, the couple separated due to conflicts primarily stemming from Giselle's excessive jealousy. During this period, Michelle secured a position as an accountant at a firm and was also involved in a serious relationship with a guy named Tommy. Communication between the two friends dwindled to brief messages on social media and holiday greetings. In August 2010, Michelle was accepted into an accelerated nursing program at Samuel Merritt University in Oakland, California. Instead of the typical 2-year training, she was set to earn her nursing degree in just 12 months. The program was rigorous and intensive, requiring high scores on entrance exams and strong recommendations. Out of numerous applications, only about 300 students were admitted, making Michelle immensely proud of her achievement. She immediately shared the news with her best school friend, Giselle. Both girls longed to rekindle their former friendship, but Michelle dedicated all her free time to work and study. Giselle also resolved to resume her studies, as she and Scott now shared custody of their 5-year-old daughter. These years were the most thrilling for Michelle as she lived out her dream. Her younger brother, Michael, also decided to pursue a career in medicine, working as a paramedic in an ambulance while studying psychology at the University of California, Berkeley. The theoretical portion of the accelerated program concluded as swiftly as it began, and Michelle now needed to complete a rotation at a nearby Kaiser hospital. In medicine, a rotation involves exposing students to various departments or specialties to gain diverse experience and expand their knowledge and skills. By May 2011, at the age of 26, Michelle was completing a rotation in the maternity ward of Kaiser Hospital. Before the weekend, she had to work her final shift to earn an excellent grade. During one of the breaks, shortly before 7 p.m., the student informed a nurse in the department that she would be going down to her car, parked in the attached hospital garage, to retrieve some medication. Around 9 p.m., the medical staff training instructor gathered all the students in the office to summarize the final exam and distribute grades. It was only then that everyone realized Michelle Lee had not returned after going to the parking lot, and no one had seen her since. The instructor, accompanied by a security guard, went down to the multi-level garage, thinking that the girl might have fallen ill and required assistance. The spot where Michelle usually parked her brand-new white Honda was vacant. They decided to walk through the rows of cars to ensure that Michelle had not relocated her vehicle. As they searched, they noticed a white SUV entering the garage. The instructor began waving her hands, attempting to catch the student's attention, but instead of stopping, the driver reversed and accelerated, nearly colliding with a neighboring car. The situation appeared highly unusual and perplexing. If Michelle needed to leave urgently, why didn't she notify the hospital staff? It seemed as though she was intentionally avoiding an encounter with the instructor. The student had no issues with her studies, and on the last day she acted normally, displaying no signs of distress. What could have transpired in those couple of hours that prompted Michelle to hastily depart from the hospital? The instructor and other students, including Michelle's boyfriend, tried reaching her by calling and texting her cell phone, but no one received a response. Around 10 p.m., the instructor, unable to wait any longer, contacted the Hayward Police Department, reporting that Michelle Lee was missing or in distress. The woman firmly believed that a successful student would not abandon classes in the middle of the final clinical trials required to obtain a nursing diploma. As Michelle was an adult, the police did not rush to initiate an investigation. They dispatched an officer to the hospital to gather details about the case. The officer recorded all the information about the missing girl, the make of her car, and the contact information of her classmates and friends. Michelle's purse and house keys were left in the staff break room, as she had intended to step out for just a few minutes. The police officer planned to wait and see if the girl would appear the following day. From early morning, Michelle's closest friends and colleagues eagerly awaited the detective assigned to the case. The inspector discovered that the student's recently purchased car had an anti-theft device installed, similar to those found on new vehicles to track their location. It didn't take the detectives long to locate the car, which was parked in the guest parking lot near one of the townhouses on Ponderosa Court, just a 2-minute drive and about 3 miles from Kaiser Hospital. The car was unlocked and showed no external damage. Through the tinted windows, officers could see several open packages from an online store, a pair of shoes from a catalog, and a purse containing prescriptions issued at pharmacies inside the back seat. It seemed that Michelle had gone to retrieve these medicines that evening. In the front, there was a can of soda in the cup holder and a small stain on the front passenger seat. The car appeared relatively clean due to its newness. It didn't even have metal license plates, only paper ones from the dealership. Without a search warrant, the police could only inspect the vehicle from the outside. Upon looking underneath, they noticed several grassy stems caught on one of the doors, indicating that the car had recently been driven off-road. The detectives were puzzled as to why Michelle had left her car there, as none of her friends lived in this complex. After questioning the locals, they learned that the car was most likely parked there early in the morning, as one witness had seen headlights at 4 a.m. and heard someone talking. However, the identity of this person remains unknown, as the witness did not look out the window. To conduct a thorough forensic examination, the Honda was towed to a police parking lot. After obtaining a warrant, a team of forensic experts could then check the interior for any clues that might provide insight into the car owner's disappearance. Michelle's former boyfriend, Tommy, sent a message to her brother Michael and cousin Christina about the disappearance. Initially, neither Michael nor Christina took his message seriously, assuming that the young couple had simply argued and that Michelle was not answering the phone because she did not want to communicate with Tommy. However, when they themselves could not reach the girl, they began to genuinely worry. Unexpectedly, on May 27th, around 12:45, all of Michelle's friends started receiving messages from her. The girl explained that she had not disappeared and that there was no need to search for her. She stated that she was going through a moment in her life where she just wanted to be alone. She attributed her lack of response to phone problems. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The detective leading the case immediately dialed Michelle's number, but the girl once again ignored the call, responding with an SMS message saying that her phone was discharged and she was looking for a charger. And after that, at 2 p.m., all calls automatically started going to voicemail. Meanwhile, the police finally managed to obtain footage from the surveillance cameras in the garage. However, before they could glean any information, they had to view more than 100 hours of video from different angles, frame by frame. The footage showed the girl walking briskly from the hospital towards the garage via a pedestrian bridge. It was evident that she was in a hurry, as she had to return within a few minutes. The forensic team analyzed the car's interior and made a discovery. Tucked under the front passenger seat was an identification badge belonging to a certain Elaine San Augustin, an assistant instructor from the Samuel Merritt School of Nursing. It turned out that this was a pass for a new employee of the institution who had not even started work yet. The question remained, what connection could this unknown woman have to the student's disappearance? The evidence discovered led investigators to believe that Michelle was no longer alive. Inside the car, bloodstains were found on the back seat, along with smeared traces on the passenger door and mat. Detectives surmised that the injured girl had been lying right there. The blood belonged to the owner of the Honda, Michelle Lee, and based on the quantity, the attack appeared to have been quite violent. Erased bloodstains were also found in the hospital parking lot, where Michelle's SUV was parked, indicating that the attack had taken place within the garage. Experts also collected fingerprints from inside the cabin and several hairs for subsequent DNA analysis. As the police did not disclose the investigation details, Michelle's family and friends continued to hope for her safe return. When the detective spoke with the missing student's loved ones, he learned about Michelle's long-standing friendship with Giselle Esteban. Although the girls had not been close recently, the officer deemed it necessary to speak with her, considering the possibility that the secret to the disappearance might lie in Michelle's past. Giselle's apartment was located in Union City, just a 10-minute drive from Kaiser Hospital. Upon opening the door, the hostess seemed slightly annoyed to learn that the conversation would revolve around Michelle Lee. She did not express much concern about her disappearance and behaved far from how a friend would. Giselle explained that Michelle was not as perfect as she initially appeared, possessing the ability to conceal a mean nature behind a veneer of virtue. She accused Michelle of being a liar and once betraying her by hitting her where it hurt the most, sleeping with Giselle's fiancé. Giselle was aware that Michelle and Scott Marasigan had dated for a month. Despite believing their relationship had ended, she began to notice that they continued to flirt with each other. Both her friend and boyfriend categorically denied any connection beyond friendship, but Giselle saw the way her fiancé looked at Michelle. Her suspicions were confirmed when her friend shared an intimate secret about an aborted pregnancy with Scott instead of her. This incident left Giselle feeling not only betrayed but also realizing that the two people closest to her, whom she trusted the most, had been lying to her. They both maintained that there had never been a close relationship between them, but Giselle was convinced that this too was a blatant lie and that Scott had cheated on her with her best friend. Even after Giselle and Scott broke up, she remained in contact with Michelle and knew that the two of them continued to communicate, assuring everyone that they were just friends. At the time, Giselle was in her 3rd month of pregnancy and was unlikely to have the physical strength to confront the girl on her own. While the police were conducting their investigation, family members, friends, volunteers, and concerned citizens refused to give up hope of finding Michelle. Even relatives from Vietnam came to support their loved ones. They all made efforts to keep her name in the media spotlight. They created t-shirts with her photo, distributed flyers, and established a website that served as the hub for all new information about the student. The family offered a reward of $65,000, with $45,000 of that amount donated by the company where Michelle had worked for 5 years. The family also hung a huge billboard on the highway, dreaming that the girl would return to them alive and unharmed. They deeply missed her and pleaded for assistance in the search. The police also kept a close eye on the behavior of Scott Marasigan, Giselle Esteban's ex-boyfriend and the father of her child. Like many others, the guy appeared to be upset about Michelle's disappearance. Since the detectives considered the possibility that the attack could have been carried out by more than one person, they explored various scenarios. They tracked the location of Michelle's phone after it left the medical center parking lot. Initially, it pinged on busy streets, then on a very small 2-lane road leading to the main highway. Afterward, it returned to the medical center along the same route. Search teams scoured this area, which consisted of canyons, rivers, streams, and rural land. Despite the involvement of numerous volunteers, the search yielded no results. It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Detectives reviewed the parking lot video footage hundreds of times, striving to notice something they had previously overlooked. They observed that when Michelle was walking to her car, her direction changed slightly, as if she had spotted someone. It appeared that this person was waiting for her near the car. As soon as the girl got closer, she was attacked, shoved into the back seat, and taken away. Furthermore, the surveillance camera footage enabled the police to deduce that the identification badge had been stolen, as it could be used to gain access to certain materials on campus. The badge functioned as a key card to open doors to classrooms. In the video frames, it was evident that the kidnapper was a woman matching the description in the photo on the pass. She had dark hair pulled back in a ponytail and a cap on her head. This could not have been the new employee, as the real Elaine San Augustine was in Hawaii at the time. The unknown woman, disguised in a white robe, entered several rooms as if searching for something. She was seen holding a list of students and their class times, including their shifts at Kaiser Hospital. All of this occurred on the eve of Michelle's disappearance. The detectives spent hours reviewing the footage until they noticed the woman early in the morning in the reception area. The recordings clearly showed her taking something from the table when the employee briefly left the office. As she started to leave, her face was captured on camera for just a few seconds. To the investigators' surprise, they recognized the face of Michelle's school friend, Giselle Esteban. Initially, the investigators suspected that Giselle had collaborated with her ex-boyfriend Scott to harm Michelle. However, before they could contact him, Marasigan himself called the police. On May 29th, while cleaning his car, Scott discovered a white phone under the backseat cover, which he believed belonged to Michelle Lee. The detectives considered the possibility that this might be another ploy by Scott to make it appear as though someone had framed him. Consequently, they hastened to meet with him and ask questions. Scott recounted a story that the detectives had already heard from Giselle. However, according to him, Giselle's jealousy towards Michelle was entirely unfounded. They had a platonic relationship at the very beginning of their acquaintance, which led nowhere. Due to Giselle's difficult character, Scott even attempted to gain full custody of his daughter, as the relationship with Giselle had become too toxic. She would create problems for herself and then blame everyone around her. Scott grew tired of enduring constant accusations against him, leading to their breakup. Giselle needed someone to blame for the breakup and felt that her school friend Michelle was the perfect scapegoat. She genuinely believed that Michelle had destroyed their family. She became obsessed with this fantasy and began bombarding Scott with angry messages directed at their former friend. In recent months, Giselle's obsession with seeking revenge on her friend had intensified, and Scott had evidence to support this. He showed the detectives audio recordings of conversations with the mother of his child and text messages that were thoroughly imbued with malice and aggression towards both him and Michelle. He had collected this evidence when he sought full custody of his daughter, and now presented it to the officers to demonstrate Giselle's cruel nature. Even after the breakup, Scott occasionally met with Giselle, but it was impossible to stay with her for long. During any quarrel, the girl threatened to take her own life or skillfully manipulated their daughter. However, what irritated her the most was the fact that Michelle had been dating a new boyfriend, Tommy, for several years, and their relationship was quite serious. Michelle was completing her education at the nursing school and was directly pursuing her dream. She did not take the threatening messages addressed to her seriously, simply because she had no time for that. Giselle Esteban was summoned for questioning. The girl became so confused in her testimony that she inadvertently revealed that she had gone to Kaiser Hospital on the day of Michelle's disappearance. She claimed to have seen her from a distance, but did not approach her. After obtaining a search warrant for Giselle Esteban's apartment, the police were able to collect a sample of her DNA and also discovered blood spots on her shoes. It was later confirmed that the blood belonged to Michelle. Giselle was arrested on September 7, 2011, and charged with the murder of Michelle Lee, even though the girl's body had not yet been found at that time. Authorities asserted that there was sufficient evidence to proceed without a body. Giselle's phone was pinged in the same locations and at the same times as Michelle's phone, suggesting that Giselle had used her friend's car to dispose of her. She had intended to return the car to the parking lot, but noticed the instructor and the guard in the garage who were searching for the missing student. Consequently, she abandoned the car in one of the nearest parking lots. However, traces of Giselle's presence remained in the Honda's interior, including on the turn signal and her black hair on the driver's seat. On September 17th, one of the search dogs began to exhibit anxious behavior in the vicinity of another canyon. The dog ultimately led its owner to human remains. The body was so decomposed that it was impossible to immediately determine whether it belonged to a man or a woman. The forensic examination confirmed that it was the deceased Michelle Lee, but they were unable to ascertain the exact nature or cause of death. Giselle was formally charged on December 14, 2011, and she pleaded not guilty. The jury sentenced Giselle to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. As a result of her actions, she left her 2 children without a mother, having removed her best friend from her path. A snare. Typically, we associate this contrivance with creatures: a rodent ensnared in a box, a canine caught in a leg-hold trap. However, it becomes apparent that a human can also be entrapped, and in such cases they chance enduring the full terror of an inescapable predicament, and the result is invariably identical. 5 individuals aboard a compact vessel embarked on an arduous, perilous voyage along the South American shoreline. They would be confined to this snare for an extended period. The group included an American dad accompanied by his 2 adolescent boys, and a married pair from Manchester, a physician and an attorney, both in their mid-20s. Initially, all seemed well, but only when they were together at sea did it become evident that one among them was an aspiring serial offender. Witnessing others gripped by sheer horror ignited a frenzied surge of energy and a perception of his own supremacy. Previously, he had been employed as an ambulance operator. When the crew was summoned to yet another incident, he would furtively photograph the mutilated human forms and add the images to his collection. He derived pleasure from observing individuals in agony. He yearned to hear their pleas for deliverance. It was his primary gratification in existence. When Chris ultimately returned home following a 10-month absence, his entire family dreaded leaving him even for a moment. They desired to commemorate this day as his new birth. It seemed like a miraculous occurrence. Such events only transpired in films. The young man reappeared after being absent for 10 months, and his loved ones truly struggled to trust their own joy. They organized a grand celebration to honor Chris's homecoming. He was alive and well, and that was the crucial aspect. Penny observed as her older sibling grinned at all the invitees. Subsequently, when everyone had departed, she resolved to visit his room and express how delighted she was that he had returned, how much she had longed for him. Gently opening the door, Penny noticed that he was already in slumber. The girl cautiously perched on the edge of the bed and drew back the blanket that entirely shrouded her brother's visage, and instantly her hand instinctively recoiled. In Chris's bed lay a wholly unfamiliar individual, and adjacent to him on the bedside table rested a rubber mask bearing her brother's countenance. Penny cried out and awoke. It was her typical nightmare ever since her brother vanished. It was uncertain which was more dreadful, the vivid nightmare or the brutal reality that Chris would never come back. Penny was resolute in ensuring that whoever had abducted her brother would face the consequences. The girl located these individuals on social media, tracked them down, and commenced writing anonymous messages from a fake account. She expressed rather ominous things, attempting to elicit a response, but they remained silent. Penny Farmer was unaware that while she was searching for them on the internet, they were searching for her in the real world. Off the coast of Belize in South America, there was a ship named Justin B. It was a wooden sailboat around 30 feet in length. Instead of a proper bedroom or bathroom, there was a tiny compartment about 3 feet wide, the sole sheltered area. Behind it was the galley, a confined kitchen where one could prepare something to eat. The cubby holes somehow accommodated 5 people to sleep at night. In lieu of a bathroom, they tossed a rope overboard and did their business, hoping there wouldn't be a shark nearby. The proprietor of Justin B was 36-year-old Silas Dwayne Boston from California, who possessed an eccentric personality. This boisterous man with a crazed laugh effortlessly befriended people wherever he went and regaled everyone with tales of his wild adventures. His piercing blue eyes seemed to penetrate deep into the soul. Generally, Silas was regarded as an exceptionally charismatic and charming individual. He was a genuine ladies' man. Women constantly flocked around him. Dwayne had been wed 7 times and had numerous children from 7 different women. Silas was never particularly courteous to women, but that's precisely what drew the opposite sex to him. Also aboard the boat were Dwayne's 2 sons, 13-year-old Vince and 12-year-old Russell, along with a couple from the United Kingdom, Chris Farmer and Peter Frampton. 25-year-old Chris worked as a physician, and 24-year-old Peter was an attorney. They had been together since they were 14 and epitomized true high school sweethearts. Before plunging headlong into their careers, the young couple resolved to see a bit of the world. They were acquainted with Silas through another British traveler. They were headed to Honduras, and the man proposed to take them there on his boat for $500. He also pledged to provide them with the chance to sail, swim, snorkel, and stop anywhere along the coast. Dwayne himself was traveling to Costa Rica to sell the boat, so the couple had the opportunity to make this final journey with him. The initial few weeks on the boat were fantastic. The teenagers, Vince and Russell, were delighted to have new people on board. Chris and Peter shared stories about their work and travel experiences with the boys. Everyone had a great time. Each evening they would snorkel and cook fish or lobster for dinner, or sometimes simply relish the warm turquoise water and sea air. Chris learned to sail and read his medical textbooks. Silas lounged in the sun and drank cheap rum, while Peter wrote lengthy letters home, which he sent whenever they docked to replenish supplies. The girl told her parents about Justin B, the owner, the 2 children, and shared her impressions of the trip. Peter thought this must be what paradise resembles. Initially, there were 2 additional people on this boat, but they went ashore, citing urgent business and feeling unwell. Later, many speculated if these 2 perceived something in Silas that Chris and Peter might not have discerned yet. Everything was proceeding smoothly until at some point, things began to take a strange turn. Something sinister was brewing on the boat. This was evident from the altered tone of Peter's letters. At a certain juncture, the messages became entirely different. Instead of delight, discontent started to surface. The girl wrote that she was beginning to grow weary of the company of strangers in such a confined space. She was particularly annoyed by the teenagers who behaved like silly children and constantly quarreled. But there was nowhere to escape from it. Silas behaved even worse, cursing them when things didn't go as they should. Peter concluded her letter by expressing her desire to get out of there as soon as possible and go to the USA to extend her vacation there, because nothing exceptional was happening on the boat. In reality, something would transpire on this boat that none of the passengers could have envisioned in their worst nightmares. Every day, Silas drank more and more. The children knew what it was like to be around an intoxicated father. You never knew what would come into his head. It was impossible to discern from Dwayne whether he was joking or being dead serious. This man kept everyone around him constantly on edge. For instance, he told his children that he first took a person's life when he was 8 years old. His favorite thing to do at that age was to hurl stones at passing trains. One day, Silas noticed a homeless man on the platform and threw a stone right at his head. The man dropped dead. It was so much fun. The thrill of that moment stayed with him for life. After that, he loved to fight and volunteered to go to Vietnam. He enjoyed shooting and seeing enemies fall to the ground after his shots. In fact, he didn't consider them real people. Silas also took numerous photos of mutilated corpses in Vietnam and bragged about them later. The teenagers had no idea if their father had taken these pictures, if he had really sent someone to the afterlife when he was 8, or if all his stories were actually nothing more than fiction. But one thing was certain: even just the sound of their father's breathing was enough to terrify the boys. They were both afraid of this man. And then one day, the sun was beating down so fiercely that all the passengers on the boat were just lying on the deck, sunbathing, unable to do anything. Silas got drunk again. He made his younger son, Russell, jump into the water and unclip the stuck anchor. The boy took a deep breath and dived into the water. But the deeper he went, the more frightened he became. In fact, the anchor was moving just fine. He just needed to get back on board and try to pull it out. Russell turned his back to everyone and started pulling the rope, but his father crept up behind him and started hitting him repeatedly. Chris and Peta, who had nothing to do with these people, yelled at him to stop beating his son. Chris eventually ran over to physically tear Silas away from his own child. Dwayne whirled around and muttered through clenched teeth not to dare tell him how to raise his own children, and continued to beat the boy. Then Chris grabbed him and dragged him away again. Silas was visibly losing his mind. He tried to hit Farmer, but he dodged. Then the drunken boat owner lost his footing and tumbled overboard. As he flew and tried to grab the railing with his hands, he made only a creaking sound. It was a rather awkward fall, but everyone on the boat laughed together. They weren't amused. It was just that the sound and Silas's ridiculous tumble diffused the oppressive atmosphere. However, Dwayne was in no mood for laughter. He looked around at everyone with an evil look that boded no good, and just began swimming around the boat like a shark waiting for prey. After he sobered up a bit and climbed back on board, the atmosphere on deck completely changed. Russell and Vince knew that their father would never forget his shameful fall. When Silas returned to the boat, he told Chris and Peta that he was going to drop them off so they could make their own way to Honduras. But that evening, they couldn't come to an agreement. The couple said they would only pay him half if he didn't deliver them to their destination. Dwayne was unhappy with this arrangement. At night in the dark, he went to his sons and said he was going to deal with Chris. The boys didn't take their father's words seriously, thinking he would sober up and stop being angry, but that didn't happen. The following day felt like a living nightmare, with everyone uncertain about what would transpire. No consensus had been reached regarding the sum of money the couple would pay, leaving everyone feeling trapped on the vessel. As they journeyed back to land, the atmosphere was so fraught with unease that a deafening silence enveloped them all. Russell gazed off into the horizon, attempting to mentally detach himself from the situation and escape to a distant place. Abruptly, he spotted his entirely sober dad clutching a substantial wooden club in his hands. Vince, the other son, simply observed as his father sneaked up behind Chris and started striking him on the head repeatedly. The man collapsed to the ground, shielding himself with his arms. He yelled at Silas to cease, but the assailant persisted with the beating. Blood splattered everywhere. Vince recalled hearing the horrifying sound of a skull fracturing. Everyone was profoundly traumatized and unsure of how to react. Chris was still attempting to reason with Dwayne, but he continued the assault until the club snapped in two. Vince and Russell were instructed to go below deck to the galley if they wished to avoid being shot. Chris tried to stand up, but his injuries were too severe, requiring immediate medical attention, causing his legs to give out. As soon as he regained some balance, Silas struck him with such intensity that the man was hurled across the entire boat. However, Dwayne didn't merely hit him in the chest. He had a knife in his grasp. The attack only ended because the knife shattered from the impact, and Silas himself was exhausted after such physical exertion. At that instant, he was hunched over, panting heavily. By this point, Chris was enduring unimaginable agony. He likely suffered a skull fracture, numerous bone fractures, a concussion, and possibly internal hemorrhaging. However, they were far from the shore, imprisoned on this doomed vessel with a deranged individual. Chris and PETA paid Dwayne $500 simply to pacify him, and then the wounded young man assisted in bandaging Silas, despite being in an even worse condition himself. But as a physician who took the Hippocratic Oath seriously, he couldn't refrain from providing medical assistance. Farmer always carried a bag with medical instruments and a first aid kit. The man tried his best to ensure that he and PETA could safely reach land without further provoking the boat owner's wrath. That evening, they all simply went to bed. PETA tended to Chris's injuries, and he attempted to assure her that everything would turn out fine. The next morning, they would dock, disembark from the boat, and this nightmare would end. Silas awoke the following day, as if nothing had transpired, behaving as though yesterday had never happened. The passengers tried to avert their gaze from him because this individual was acting like a beast. He was in command. Around midday, Dwayne announced that he would abandon the couple somewhere remote so he could sail away before they reached civilization, and reported his actions to the authorities. Chris and PETA nodded in agreement, attempting to persuade Silas that they wouldn't contact the police, but that didn't matter much to him. He commanded them to collect their belongings and place them on the deck, then stated that he would bind them to buy more time to sail away. In reality, Chris and PETA had no alternative but to comply. They had no weapons, no means to resist, since Chris was gravely wounded. All they could do was try to de-escalate the situation. Russell remembered a shiver running down his spine because his father began stripping them naked. PETA simply continued to sob at that moment, and Chris was reassuring her that everything would be all right. But Chris was also powerless, restrained and exposed. Silas was skilled at tying knots, so there was no way to loosen the rope. He kept Chris in the galley near the rear of the boat, and PETA below in the sleeping quarters. Dwayne spent some time alone with her, subjecting her to sexual intercourse, and when he finished, he asked Russell to watch over the girl. The teenager witnessed her weep, but was unable to intervene. Another evening passed. They could have already reached land, but Silas had different intentions. He was gathering unused engine components, doing so very quietly. Russell and Vince exchanged glances, wondering what their dad was up to. The couple had been bound, emotionally and physically abused for the previous 24 hours. Chris was already in poor condition, but Dwayne, without untying them, hauled them out onto the deck under the blistering sun, then tossed on some random garments and began tightening the ropes. He wasn't finished playing his twisted games. For the remainder of the day, Silas navigated the boat towards the shore and then turned back, mocking the couple. He wanted to degrade them and strip them of their ability to resist, while relishing the power he held over the situation. He possessed the authority, and only he determined who would survive and who would perish. But that wasn't sufficient for Dwayne. He placed black plastic bags with small holes over the heads of his passengers so that air could circulate. He explained that this way they would be unable to see where he was docking. Russell and Vince were standing on the deck, and the situation was escalating. The teenagers had no means to assist the couple because then their father's fury would come crashing down on them. While PETA and Chris couldn't see anything, Silas loudly instructed his sons to loosen the knots, and with a gesture directed them towards the heavy parts with the ropes attached and winked. This man was not going to make life any easier for the young couple. He wanted his children to fasten the load. The teenagers complied, and then there was silence. Nothing could be heard except the lapping of waves and the howling of the wind. Finally, Dwayne stopped the boat and announced that the shore was very close. There was a shallow area beneath them, so the couple would safely reach land. The boys looked around in terror, surrounded by the vast ocean on all sides. Silas lifted Chris from the deck and hurled him into the water. The heavy equipment plunged in after him. Russell and Vince stood in utter disbelief. PETA, hearing the splash of water, began to cry out to Chris in panic to ensure he was all right, but he could no longer respond to her. Then Silas approached her, disregarding her screams, lifted her up and also tossed her overboard. The boys watched in horror as the girl disappeared beneath the surface. They said it appeared as if their father was simply throwing unwanted junk overboard. It was so cruel that the episode was forever etched in the memory of the two teenagers. They would never forget how Peta called out to Chris and then sank under the water, leaving only air bubbles on the surface. They stood in silence until the bubbles ceased and the water became completely still. Later, Dwayne explained to his sons that he was compelled to act in such a manner to save his own life, as his club and knife were broken, leaving him without weapons for defense. He said that if Chris had wanted to, he would have attacked first. The man's only regret was that he didn't record his massacre and didn't enjoy toying with them a little longer. He also warned the boys that they were witnesses to a crime, and witnesses need to be eliminated. So as a loving father, he would take their lives in a completely painless way. That night, he got drunk and said he would do it the next day, giving them an entire night to pray. Then he sat down and recounted all his past crimes. Dwayne confessed to at least 10 or more cases with fatal outcomes. He also revealed that their mother, who had vanished without a trace many years ago, didn't actually go anywhere. He had sent her to the afterlife, and maybe he would send her sons to join her. Ultimately, the teenagers survived, and before they got off the boat in Costa Rica, Silas would deal with another couple he had volunteered to give a ride to. For 10 months, Peta and Chris's families lived as if frozen in time. Everything around them moved and changed, but they were stuck in a sort of suspended state, not knowing whether their loved ones were alive or had already departed this world. Both Peta and Chris were classified as missing persons, terrible words that make your blood run cold and cause any parent to shudder. The bodies of the young couple were actually discovered off the coast of Guatemala a long time ago. They were simply buried without notifying the families. Nigel, Chris's older brother, felt from the very beginning that he was no longer alive. He had an incident that transcended reality around the time the couple disappeared. Nigel was driving to work, in a great hurry for a meeting with all his thoughts absorbed by the road, when suddenly he heard his brother's voice in his head saying that death is not such a big problem. The voice sounded as if someone was whispering in his ear from the passenger seat. The shock of it was like being plunged into an icy pool on a hot summer noon. It was so realistic that he had to pull over to the side of the road to compose himself. Until that moment, Nigel did not believe in the existence of such phenomena and had never experienced anything like it. He didn't tell his family anything, worried that it seemed to him and he could deprive his loved ones of their last hope. But he shared with his wife, and later learned that the day of the meeting coincided with the approximate date of Chris's death. Penny, Chris's younger sister, discovered that her brother had died when she was returning home from school. At that time, she was a high school student, and she called her mother to ask permission to have dinner with friends. But her mother asked her in a stern voice to come home immediately. Penny understood everything. The girl was walking in the middle of winter, but she felt stuffy. Everything around looked like some kind of blurry spot, and only now it dawned on her that her brother would never walk through that door again. It was like an explosion, complete devastation. Penny's mom always tried not to cry in front of the other kids. For 10 months, she held back her emotions, but this time tears flowed from her eyes and she couldn't stop them. The only consolation was that Chris and Peta were buried next to each other. They had spent most of their short lives together. They were 24 and 25 years old when they were found dead. They lived across the street from each other and had a lot in common. Nothing in the world could separate them, even death they met together. Back in high school, Chris wanted to become a doctor. He graduated a year before Peta and was accepted into the Cambridge University preparatory program, but he refused because he promised his girlfriend that they would go to the same college together. After they finished their studies and realized their ambitions, the young professionals wanted to fulfill another promise they made to each other a long time ago, to see the world together. The couple planned to go to Australia, Fiji, Hawaii, and then to Los Angeles. From there, by car to San Diego, to Mexico, and finally to South America. They didn't like tourist routes. They wanted to immerse themselves in the culture on their own, meet new people. Peta loved writing letters. In her 10-page messages, she told her family about the adventures they encountered during their trip, and these letters played a crucial role in the investigation. When Peta's parents stopped receiving news from her, they raised the alarm. The couple's relatives turned to law enforcement and the embassy. Silas was questioned about the missing tourists, but he stated with complete confidence that he had dropped them off on the shore. However, the family did not believe him, since the last letters arrived when the couple was traveling on his boat to Honduras. By that time, Dwayne had changed the name of the boat and sold it, flown to Miami, gave away a car, and then drove all the way to California, where he was from. The Farmer family collaborated with numerous law enforcement agencies, but they had the impression that Silas was eluding them every time. Years passed, but the alleged perpetrator never faced justice. Then, Penny decided to take matters into her own hands. She reviewed all the files and documents, every letter that Peta had sent to her parents. The girl discovered the names of Dwayne's sons and started searching for them through social media, believing that they were most likely in Sacramento, California. Day after day, she scoured the internet for Silas's eldest son, Vincent Boston, and her determination paid off. When Penny found the pages of Dwayne's children, she began sending anonymous messages to Vince and Russell. They stated that she was aware of Chris's fate and was not going to let it go, but the messages went unanswered. Penny sat at the computer feeling despair, and then finally Russell, the younger son of Silas, inquired about her identity and what she wanted to discuss. Penny contacted the Sacramento Police Department, and they summoned Russell and Vince Boston for questioning. To their astonishment, the guys revealed everything. It turned out that their old man was not only cruel but also superstitious. After the couple sank into the waters of the ocean, Chris's music speaker, which he almost never parted with, remained on board. Among all of Chris's music, Dwayne disliked the Pink Floyd song Dogs the most, which had the following lyrics: "You're just a poor old man, all alone, dying of cancer, and when you lose control, you'll reap the harvest you have sown, and as the fear grows, the bad blood slows and turns to stone." A few days after the death of Chris and Peta, a huge wave crashed onto the boat and washed the music speaker overboard. It instantly vanished beneath the surface. Silas flew into a rage, shouting that it was Chris returning from the grave for his belonging. After that, he could not calm down for a long time and looked around in horror, apparently afraid that the hand of the deceased could reach him. Ultimately, Silas and his two sons returned to the USA and their life resumed its usual course. The man believed he had committed the perfect crime until one day the police knocked on his door. Silas Dwayne Boston was taken into custody. By that time, he had gray hair and a white beard, appearing haggard. He was 75 years old, as 39 years had elapsed since the demise of Chris and Peta. Throughout this lengthy period, Penny Farmer and her family had been pursuing this individual. It emerged that Silas's two sons, Vince and Russell, had also repeatedly approached the local Sacramento police, Interpol, and even the FBI over the 40 years of their lives. They recounted in meticulous detail what their father had perpetrated on the boat, but no one heeded their accounts. Law enforcement agencies failed to connect these two cases. They kept informing Penny and her family that they lacked sufficient evidence to rely on. There were also complications because the crime was committed in a different jurisdiction. When the Farmer family and Silas's sons united forces 39 years later, the investigation took a new direction. The relatives requested that the police reopen the case. A retired detective had kept copies of the original investigation in a garden shed at his home, and later provided them to the FBI. It also came to light that many people had perished around Dwayne in recent years, and he somehow always managed to evade capture. In the Boston family, all relatives were aware that Silas had done something to one of his wives, Mary Lou, the mother of Vince and Russell. The woman had mysteriously vanished 10 years before Chris and Peta boarded the ill-fated boat. Vince and Russell were toddlers when Mary Lou wanted to divorce her husband, but he decided to handle things differently. He took her to a remote area of Sacramento under some pretext and shot her. He described in great detail to friends and family how her legs twitched like a shot deer. Everyone knew about this case, but no one could substantiate anything. Unfortunately, much had changed over the years. Chris's father, who played a pivotal role in the fight for justice, had passed away. Peeta's parents had also left this world, and they would never see Silas in prison. Chris's mother was still alive at 90 years old, but the elderly woman was determined to fly to America for the trial to look into the eyes of the one who took her son's life. However, she would never have that opportunity. When Silas was arrested, he refused to take the medications necessary for his survival and also refused to eat. His kidneys and liver immediately began to fail, and he essentially started to rot from the inside. The day before his death, his son Russell visited the prison, but not to support him. He wanted to find out from his father where his mother's body was. Dwayne refused to answer, just staring at him in silence, and the next day, Silas Dwayne Boston passed away. For Penny and her loved ones, this turned out to be devastating news. Years of searching for truth and justice ended in nothing. The man who was supposed to answer for his atrocities no longer existed. He never bore the punishment for his sins. The story today revolves around the mysterious vanishing of Courtney Holden, a 27-year-old Native American woman. In the U.S., Native American females face a risk of violence and harassment that is more than double that of any other demographic category. The majority of these assaults are perpetrated by individuals who are not Native Americans. Courtney was officially reported missing in 2019, but her actual disappearance occurred prior to that. She was last spotted approximately a year and a half before her official missing status. Those who were closest to Courtney maintain that she simply encountered a new romantic partner and departed with him, leaving everything behind, including her own child. However, was this truly what happened? Courtney Karina Holden entered the world on February 28, 1992. The circumstances that led her to a shelter remain a mystery. Akin to most youngsters, she harbored dreams of being adopted from an early age. However, her desire morphed into a nightmare. At the tender age of 4, she was placed with a foster family. Prior to that, the young girl had navigated various shelters until she found herself in the Holden couple's home in Spokane, Washington, where they were already nurturing several foster children. The Holdens also had 3 biological children, 2 grown daughters who resided separately in different states, and a son, Joshua, who lived permanently in the family abode, while all these foster children came and went. Courtney spent the majority of her life with the Holdens and was ultimately adopted by them. This implies that before the adoption, the responsibility for her well-being was divided between the guardianship authorities and the guardian. There is scant information about the girl's life itself, her interests, hobbies, or academic performance. However, one thing is evident: she resided in the Holden household for a considerable period. At the age of 20, Courtney found herself alone in the house with her adoptive mother, Judy, as Judy's husband had passed away by that point. Josh had departed temporarily. During this time, the young woman encountered a young man named Michael. She became pregnant, and they welcomed a baby boy. However, the couple soon parted ways. Michael did not obtain legal custody of the child. Their little son remained entirely under Courtney's care. The young parents attempted to officially share the responsibility of the baby so that the son could spend time with both parents. In 2019, Courtney was residing in her own house in Spokane with her adoptive mother, her 7-year-old child, and her adult brother, Josh, who had returned to the family residence by then. Her ex-boyfriend, Michael, had long since started a new relationship with a woman named Autumn Schatz, and it was this woman who initially raised concerns about Courtney Holden's disappearance. On October 5th, 2019, Autumn Schatz contacted the police and reported that she and Michael had not seen Courtney for the past year and a half and were currently unable to reach her as well. The young woman was deeply concerned that something might have transpired and requested a welfare check at the Holden residence. It appears that her call was not treated with urgency, as it is unusual to raise the alarm after such an extended period. Furthermore, Autumn was essentially a stranger to Courtney. The young woman had an adoptive family, and they had not filed any reports regarding her disappearance. The following day, October 6th, Michael, the child's father and Courtney's former partner, decided to call the police station himself to clarify the reasons for their concern. The man informed the authorities that despite the fact that the mother had full custody of his son, they had an arrangement for joint parenting of the boy. They had agreed on this many years prior, and Courtney always treated Michael's presence in their boy's life with great respect. She herself had lost her parents at a young age, so she did not wish to deprive her son of his father's attention. Courtney was an exceptional mom and prioritized her child's feelings above all else. Regrettably, it happened that Michael had not seen either Courtney or his son for the past 2 years. He explained that he had experienced a very challenging phase in his life. The battle with substance abuse compelled him to temporarily stop seeing his child, and as soon as he finally overcame his destructive addiction, another crisis emerged in his family. Now that everything had settled down and he felt he could properly care for his son again, the man attempted to contact him through his mother, but encountered unexpected difficulties. The truth is that Courtney had no social media accounts, no mobile phone, and not even her own vehicle. Michael and Autumn tried calling the Holden residence and even visited there, but they were turned away. No one could explain where Courtney and her son had gone. Judy did not even allow the child's father to enter the house and refused to call the boy. Michael was perplexed as to why Courtney herself did not come out and clarify the situation, because even if something had changed in their relationship, he should have been the first to know. On October 8th, 2 days later, the authorities finally arrived at the Holden's residence to ascertain why Courtney was not in contact and if everything was all right with her son. However, the patrol officers also encountered a wall of misunderstanding. The Holdens were completely unwilling to cooperate from the very beginning. They refused to allow the police to enter the house. When asked to come out for a conversation, they reluctantly answered the questions posed. Their behavior alone raised concerns. Eventually, Judy and her son Josh explained that Courtney had been in the house just a few days prior, after which she departed with her new boyfriend, taking the child. The Holdens could not say precisely where Courtney had gone. Moreover, they could not even name the man, claiming that she just got up and left without providing a proper explanation. For some reason, the relatives were certain that the young woman and her son were fine. The police immediately sensed that something was amiss and asked to write down Judy's phone number so they could contact her if necessary. The woman reluctantly agreed, went into the house to get paper and pen, but closed the door and locked it behind her. The authorities, alarmed by such behavior, immediately declared Courtney Holden and her son missing. Despite the fact that Josh and Judy claimed that the mother and child were safe, a minor was involved in the case. The police needed to see the boy and inform his father that the child was secure. Almost immediately after the young mother and her son were declared missing, the police received another disturbing phone call. The woman on the other end of the line identified herself as Courtney Holden. She explained to the dispatcher that she was completely safe. Her son was with her, so she asked to stop the search and not interfere in their lives. The caller categorically refused to come to the station and meet in person, blaming it on being very busy, and then disconnected altogether. It would seem that this was the best possible outcome of the case at the moment. The missing persons were found, but the police found something suspicious about this call. Therefore, the disappearance case was transferred to a detective from the Department for the Investigation of Serious Crimes, and he immediately developed a flurry of activity to clarify the details. The officer began to reach out to all of Courtney's acquaintances to establish a more accurate date when she was last seen. Perhaps the woman told someone else where she was going to go with her son. But all these conversations only brought a terrible reality to the forefront. The detectives managed to contact Courtney's biological brother Ruben and his girlfriend. They both confirmed what Autumn Schatz had said. It had been at least a year and a half since their last meeting with their sister. According to Ruben, Judy and Josh gave them the same arguments as they did to the police, stating that Courtney had run away with her new boyfriend. There was only one significant difference. The young woman did not take her son with her. leaving the boy in the care of her adoptive mother and brother. And this was verified information because Ruben and his girlfriend had been to the Holdens' house many times since then to visit their nephew. The boy had indeed been living under the care of his grandmother and uncle all this time. However, these visits were more than strange. Ruben's girlfriend was also named Courtney. When they came to the Holden residence, Joshua asked her to use a different name, reasoning that the boy would be upset when he heard his mother's name. But what is even more peculiar is that the child called Judy Mom and Josh Dad. The Holdens themselves addressed Courtney's son by name, but it was not the name that his real mother had given him. In addition to Ruben, the detectives also spoke with other acquaintances and close relatives of the Holden family. None of what other people said fit into a clear picture. Everyone had their own story about the young woman and her son. What the Holdens told the police was completely different from what they told other people. Judy informed the patrol officers that Courtney, together with her son, had only recently left the house, having departed just a few days ago. However, other witnesses insisted that they had not seen the young woman for at least a year. It was all very suspicious. On October 10th, the authorities went to the Holden house again, and this time wanted to look inside. However, they were met with undisguised irritation and resistance. It was quite evident that Judy and Josh still did not want to cooperate. Josh didn't even tell the law enforcement officers that he was aware of Courtney's call to the police station. The man genuinely did not understand why they continued to search for his adoptive sister if she had made herself known. In the end, Judy relented and agreed to let the detectives inside so they could inspect Courtney's room. The elderly woman vigilantly watched to ensure that the police did not wander around the house or look into other rooms. At one point, one of the officers disappeared from the hostess's field of vision, standing behind a closed door. Judy literally went berserk. It seemed to her that the detective had entered another room without her knowledge. There was fear in her eyes, although she tried to hide it behind a mask of indignation. The investigators wondered what they could find that Judy Holden was worried about. Courtney's room did indeed look abandoned. All sorts of unnecessary junk was piled up there, and it seemed that the room had not been used for a very long time. There were no sheets or pillows on the bed, just a bare mattress, and there was a layer of dust everywhere on the surface of the furniture. So the claim that the young woman had left this room just a few days ago did not correspond to reality. In addition, there were many clothes left in the closet. It was unclear why Courtney had not taken them with her if she had decided to move to another place. After inspecting the missing woman's bedroom, the officers wanted to take a look at the nursery where her son lived, and this time, Judy could no longer conceal her fear. She started screaming, referring to the violation of her rights, and simply kicked the police out of the house. Something was clearly happening in the Holden residence, and the authorities intended to find out what exactly. Over the next few weeks, detectives interviewed various people who could provide any clues as to the exact time of Courtney's disappearance. Everyone the police talked to, including the missing woman's relatives, other members of the Holden family, and close neighbors, painted a truly grim picture. Investigators were unable to find a single person, with the exception of Judy and Joshua, who had seen Courtney in the last 18 months. It turned out that the life the young woman led in the Holden residence was a real nightmare. According to neighbors, the events taking place behind the closed doors of this house had been causing alarm for many years. The center of all these concerns was Joshua. People who lived nearby, and even relatives, described him as a cruel, unbalanced, unpredictable, and dangerous person. He had a very short temper. He absolutely could not control it. Acquaintances insisted that everything was so bad that even Josh's own mother, Judy, was afraid of these manifestations of aggression, and his criminal past confirmed all these fears and concerns. Josh's history was quite extensive, including things like domestic violence, burglary, unlawful restraint, and intimate violence. He had real charges brought against him back in 2005. However, because the victim was terrified and refused to cooperate with the investigation, and also due to the lack of direct evidence, the charges were eventually dropped. At one point, Joshua publicly boasted that he could easily take a person's life and easily dispose of the body. Even if this phrase is far from reality, it can say a lot about the personality of the person who said it. Josh left home for a while, and Courtney finally gained her long-awaited freedom and was able to breathe a sigh of relief. That's when she met Michael and became pregnant by him. But just a couple of years after the birth of her son, Joshua returned to the Holden house. According to neighbors, the situation began to change for the worse. Josh immediately installed surveillance cameras throughout the house, and after that, Courtney and her son practically stopped going outside. On those rare occasions when someone living nearby saw her in the backyard, the young woman was usually doing some housework. Neighbors tried to talk to her over the fence, and Courtney complained to them that her brother was raising his hand against her while demonstrating bruises all over her body. Usually, these conversations did not last long because Joshua would run out into the street and start yelling at his sister. After he caught Courtney chatting with neighbors several times, she and her son were forbidden to go outside during daylight hours, and even at night, Joshua's screams often rang out, insisting that his sister return inside. Somehow, Courtney still managed to get close to one neighbor and obtain an old cell phone. Thanks to this, the young woman could safely call at night because everyone else in the house was asleep. Since she had virtually no opportunity to communicate with anyone, she often called the neighbor in tears and told her how unhappy she was and wanted to get out of there. Courtney was practically a prisoner in the home of her adoptive parents. She was too scared to run away because there were cameras everywhere watching her every move. Moreover, she could not disappear, leaving her young son behind. Many people noticed what was happening in the Holden house, but none of them even thought to report it to the police. All the neighbors saw the plight of Judy's adopted daughter, but no one lifted a finger until she disappeared. Human indifference is sometimes striking. Now that Courtney is gone, so many people have stated that they wish they could have done more for her. Neighbors regretted that they tried to intervene and somehow help the girl. According to numerous witnesses, Josh and Judy never called Courtney by her name. Although they adopted her at a young age and the girl lived with them into adulthood, they called her Cindy, short for Cinderella. This directly corresponded to how they treated her. All she did every day was housework. The situation in the Holden residence became complicated around the time when Michael, the father of Courtney's son, stopped coming over, having become involved in the use of illegal substances. The woman was left alone with her problems in a family where she was treated like a servant. All this led to a horrific altercation between Courtney and the Holdens in July 2018, witnessed by a neighbor. This person claimed that one fine day, Courtney burst out of the doors of the house where she lived, dragging a sports bag behind her. Judy was chasing after her, shouting for her to come back immediately. Courtney snapped at her adoptive mother and said that she was not going to stay there for another second. She had had enough. She was struggling to drag the heavy bag and continued to move away, but then Joshua appeared on the porch. He was 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighed over 290 pounds. He instantly caught up with his sister, picked her up in his arms, and carried her back into the house along with the bag. The doors closed, and no one saw Courtney again. When neighbors asked the Holdens where their adopted daughter had gone, they were all told different things. Some were told that she had run away that very night, others that she had left with her new boyfriend, and still others were told that Courtney was safe and sound at home. Judy gave various reasons why her daughter could not come out. Her main goal was to convince the neighbors that the girl was okay, so that they would stop asking further questions. But after that incident, Courtney never appeared in the backyard again, neither during the day nor at night. However, on that same July night, one neighbor saw Josh digging behind the house. When Holden was asked what he was doing at such a time, he calmly stated that he was making a playground for his nephew. The legitimate question arose as to why he was doing this in the dark of night. Courtney vanished. She was no longer seen after the escape attempt, and according to eyewitnesses, her young son lived in the Holden house all this time. Thus, the police were able to establish an approximate time of disappearance. They were able to confirm it through medical records. The girl was taking prescription drugs. She would get a prescription from the doctor every month and go to the pharmacy to replenish her supply of pills. The last time this happened was in July 2018. She was no longer seen at the pharmacy after that. She had been taking medication for quite a long time and always strictly followed the doctor's instructions. But in August, Courtney's prescription remained unfilled. As witnesses, the police found other foster children who had been raised in the Holden home. One of them was a young man named Jensen. For some time, he and his biological brother were taken into the care of Judy. Despite the fact that the guy was already an adult, he still shuddered when talking about the horrors that took place in this family. He lived there from infancy until the age of 12. Every day, he and his brother were in fear of who would become the punching bag that day. Joshua constantly chose a victim and bullied them all day long. Courtney also lived in the Holden house at that time, and she got no less than the boys did. According to Jensen, it was terrible to experience constant beatings, but seeing new children come and also fall into the hands of this villain Joshua was much worse than experiencing it himself. They lived in a real hell. It is unknown how it would have ended, but eventually, Jensen's brother got tired of this life and grabbed a knife. He could have cut one of the Holden family members, and after that, their older sister took them in. If Jensen's brother had not gotten tired of the way Josh treated him and had not lost his composure, they themselves might no longer be alive. As soon as the brothers left this terrible house, all of Joshua's anger switched to Courtney. Now Jensen was 100% sure that their friend in misfortune was no longer alive. He did not doubt for a minute that she would not have run away, leaving her son in the care of Judy and Josh, because anyone who lived in that house would never leave their child with these monsters. Jensen believed that initially, the Holdens took children into their family only to get assistance from the state. They needed money, and then it all grew into physical abuse by Josh. The authorities, to be honest, were shocked by the avalanche of information that hit them. At that moment, they firmly felt that the Holdens were concealing something. The biggest problem was Courtney's son. Over the past year and a half, many people had seen the boy in the company of Judy and Josh, but the Holdens themselves, for some reason, denied that the child was in the house. The last time a neighbor saw him with them was on October 10th, the day the police came to check Courtney's room. It was no wonder Judy got nervous when they asked her permission to see the nursery. The hostess did not allow them to rummage through her house. After that, she tried to show the law enforcement officers the door, hinting at the absence of a warrant. When detectives began to study other aspects of Courtney's life in detail to sort out this case, they caught Judy and Josh red-handed. Despite the fact that the young woman had not been seen since July 2018, her bank account was active, and funds were regularly withdrawn from it, including the withdrawal of $600 on the day she was declared missing. The police decided to check the surveillance cameras at the ATM to see who was withdrawing the money. It was possible that it was Courtney herself, and then the case would have taken a completely different turn. But instead, they saw the mother and son Holdens withdrawing money from an account that did not belong to them. Courtney also had food stamps for herself and her son. Although the woman had already been declared missing, someone was using the stamps. Surveillance camera footage confirmed that it was again Judy and Joshua. In addition to the fact that the mother and son Holdens were evasive towards the detectives, they calmly spent money from bank accounts and bought food at the expense of the missing Courtney's stamps between July 2018 and October 2019. On October 24th, the police obtained a search warrant for the Holden house. The officers were already ready for anything. They hoped to find Courtney's son as soon as possible and hand him over to his father, and then find out where the child's mother had gone. However, when the patrol car drove up to the house of Judy and Joshua, they were gone without a trace. The elderly mother, adult son, and 7-year-old boy simply fled the house, taking 6 animals with them. It did not seem that they were preparing to move. Most likely, they took the bare necessities and urgently left the house. Along with this, they took a video recorder that stored the history of recorded video files. The police continued to search the house, trying to find anything that could lead them to Courtney, Judy, or Josh. They discovered several things that heightened concern for the young woman. It was Courtney's ID, as well as her personal diary, a notebook where the unfortunate woman recorded all her experiences. It could give them some idea of what she had to endure. They also found 18 cell phones, several computers, and handwritten notes about blackmailing several people in the house. A team of dog handlers with sniffer dogs trained to find human remains walked through the area. The dogs behaved calmly and did not find anything of interest to the investigation. The likelihood that the woman could have escaped leaving her child behind decreased with each passing day. Unfortunately, there was also no evidence that Courtney Holden was currently alive. The police threw all their efforts into searching for the fugitives Judy and Joshua, but how did it happen that they illegally took Courtney's son with them? The detectives were able to discover that the fugitives got rid of their old SIM cards and acquired new phone numbers with a Texas code. However, this also did not bring them closer to the answers. A month later, at the end of November 2019, vigilant neighbors called the police and reported that someone was in the Holden house. When the patrol car arrived at the residence of Judy and Josh, the owners themselves were not there. Inside was one of Judy's daughters with her husband. The couple flew in from Texas to check on the house. In a conversation with the police, they told conflicting stories about the whereabouts of Courtney's son. Judy's daughter insisted that the child had gone with Courtney, while her husband reported that the boy had come to Texas with Judy and Joshua. The daughter explained to the detectives that her mother was retired, so she decided to travel around the country with her son and grandson. It turned out that all three of them, since the boy was still with them, unexpectedly appeared at her son-in-law's house in Texas on November 26th. Judy ordered her daughter to immediately go to Washington State to check on the family home. The influence of Judy and Joshua on their older daughters was evident. The mother and brother made the women say and do everything they needed. A little later, the police contacted another of the Holden daughters and also learned something interesting. It turned out that the phone call to the police department, allegedly on behalf of the missing person, was made by the second daughter. It was she who, on the orders of her mother, called, introduced herself as Courtney, and said that she was all right and did not need to be looked for. In December 2019, the police tracked down the Holdens in Plano, Texas. They were living in the house of their eldest daughter while she and her husband flew to Washington. The boy, Courtney's son, was indeed with them. The child was immediately taken into custody and later transferred to the care of his biological father, where he remains to this day. On December 19th, both the mother and son were arrested. They were charged with identity theft and kidnapping of Courtney's son. At that time, they were not charged with anything regarding the disappearance of the young woman. Judy and Joshua were questioned about what might have happened to her, pointing out the numerous inconsistencies and lies in their statements, but they both claimed their innocence and refused to talk, insisting that they had nothing to do with her disappearance. The Holdens stuck to their version that she had run away with a new boyfriend. Judy and Joshua did not agree to be extradited back to Spokane. They knew that if they returned, they could face serious charges related to Courtney's disappearance. The Holdens even hired a lawyer who fought for their release, citing Judy's age. She was about 75 years old at the time, and the health of 40-year-old Josh, who allegedly had a suspicion of a brain tumor and mental disorders. They remained in a Texas prison where they refused any communication with detectives. The defense attorney repeatedly stated that the boy, Courtney's son, was safe and sound, and that accusing the Holdens of taking care of the child while his mother was somewhere arranging her personal life was pointless, as it was not a crime. The lawyer advocated for their release. In fact, he laid the blame on the shoulders of the missing Courtney, saying that she was a mother who had abandoned her child to her elderly mother and sick brother. Moreover, the defense attorney was sure that the young woman was alive and well, and even intended to find her himself to help prove his clients right. Unfortunately, his words remained empty air, shaking in an attempt to sway justice to his side. It was discovered that from the state of Washington, The Holdens traveled to an RV park in Oklahoma, where they registered under false names. They spent the entire month of November there before heading to the home of one of Judy's daughters. Later, the police searched the car and trailer belonging to the Holdens but found nothing there that would assist the investigation. Judy and Joshua behaved suspiciously, lied to the police several times, fled the state, registered in a trailer park under false names, changed phone numbers, and for some reason took the video recorder from the house. What else did they need to do to raise police suspicion against them? Ultimately, both the mother and son were released from federal custody due to the pandemic, considering the crimes they committed not to be so serious. In 2021, they both pleaded guilty. Joshua Holden agreed with the charges of identity theft and second-degree kidnapping of Courtney's son. He was sentenced to 135 days in prison, with credit for time already served. Judy Holden also pleaded guilty to illegally taking her grandson away without warning anyone. Judy and Josh are currently at liberty. They have served their sentences for the crimes for which they were found guilty. Due to lack of evidence, neither of them was charged with the actual disappearance of Courtney. The question of where the young woman is now and what happened to her in the house of her adoptive family still remains unanswered. Authorities have stated that the case has reached a dead end at the moment. They have appealed to the public with numerous requests to provide any information about the disappearance of Courtney Holden. However, no reliable information about her fate has been received. Law enforcement agencies have made every effort to sort out this case. They interviewed dozens of people, searched the house and the territory with the involvement of service dogs, and traced the entire path of the fugitives to Texas. But the case did not progress from its point. Everyone who knew the girl, including the police, believed that she was no longer alive. No arrests had been made in connection with her disappearance. Unfortunately, Courtney's case remains unsolved. Fate is a predetermined course of life bestowed upon an individual prior to their birth. However, is it possible for an error to occur within the system, resulting in a physical body devoid of a soul? The tale we'll explore today revolves around an individual whose existence has been utterly meaningless since the beginning of his life. Canada is a remarkable nation known for its unspoiled landscapes, breathtaking scenery, exceptional quality of life, and numerous other benefits. It is the world's second-largest country by land area, surpassed only by Russia. Canada boasts one of the most well-educated populations globally, with over half of its citizens possessing higher education qualifications. The Canadian penal system also has its unique features. In the village of Churchill, situated on a former military installation, there is an extraordinary facility, a prison designed for polar bears that threaten human safety. In the past, these animals were simply killed, but now aggressive bears are confined to cells for several days to instill a sense of caution when approaching the village. Life imprisonment is the harshest penalty in Canada, but even the most notorious offenders can request parole after serving 25 years in prison. Today's narrative centers around an individual who has served one of the lengthiest sentences in Canada. His name is Jack Bender. This man has been incarcerated since 1973 for a particularly heinous offense, yet few individuals are aware of his story. Naturally, apart from him, there are inmates in Canada who will likely never be freed because they will simply resume their criminal activities upon release. These are true predators who have perpetrated a series of vicious crimes. Among them are internationally recognized names. The victims of these criminals were counted in the dozens, and their trials sparked immense public outrage. Nevertheless, Jack Bender cannot be categorized alongside these psychopaths. Although Jack was also given a life sentence, it was highly uncharacteristic of the Canadian Parole Board to keep someone imprisoned for such an extended period, even those who had taken the life of another. So what did this man do that led to prison becoming his permanent residence? Jack Bender was born on October 26, 1951, and his upbringing was far from ideal. Jack's father, a former convict, had been incarcerated for theft and burglary and had recently been freed. Jack's mother was deeply dependent on narcotics and engaged in personal services to fund her habit. Jack suffered repeated mistreatment by his uncle, making life incredibly challenging for the young child. He resorted to stealing to avoid starvation. All the welfare money the family received ended up with his mother, and no one else ever saw it again. The funds were used to satisfy her destructive tendencies. His parents constantly argued, and their separation was marked by his mother's fractured nose and his father's abandonment. According to Jack, he acquired the skill of thievery from his father's family members. They saw nothing unethical about it and did not consider it dishonorable to take what was poorly secured. At age 15, Jack was expelled from home because he did not get along with his new stepfather. From that point on, the boy lived on the streets, sleeping in the back seats of vehicles and on the stairways of apartment complexes. If he was famished, he simply broke into residences in search of sustenance. At age 17, Jack was imprisoned for the first time after being convicted of burglary. He himself maintained that he had never exhibited aggression and violence until he was behind bars. There, he simply had to become resilient and be able to defend himself to survive. Nevertheless, upon his release, Jack was prepared to transform, become a law-abiding citizen and a respectable member of society. But his criminal history would not release its grip. It was challenging for him to secure employment. No one wanted to associate with an ex-convict. During that period, Jack encountered a woman who had 2 children from prior relationships. He even desired to wed her, but due to the absence of employment, he lacked the funds to finance the wedding. Jack concluded that the optimal way to begin a new life and embark on a path to redemption was to rob a bank. Then he would possess the resources for the wedding in time to establish himself and obtain a legitimate job. That's how it all commenced. He intended to commit a robbery to start a new life without crime. Let's journey back to 1973 in the city of Winnipeg, Manitoba. At that time, the city's population was approximately 500,000 residents. The crime rate in this area was quite elevated. Winnipeg was one of the top cities in Canada in terms of the number of violent offenses per capita. On November 21st, 1973, around 11 p.m., Jack Wayne Bender and his accomplice Dwight Douglas Lucas were searching for a vehicle to steal so they could later evade the authorities in it. Bender was 22 years old at the time, and his accomplice Dwight Lucas was 19. Despite Lucas's young age, he had an extensive history of convictions. At the age of 14, he was removed from the Winnipeg Children's Home, an open facility for emotionally troubled children, because the staff deemed him potentially dangerous. By the age of 16, he had already been labeled a serious troublemaker. From the age of 10, Lucas was in and out of institutions. Lucas had always been an aggressive child, but the court appeared reluctant to keep him in custody for an extended period and continued to give him opportunities for rehabilitation. However, each time he was released, he became more malicious and agitated than the previous time. During his last stint in prison, Lucas expressed an interest in becoming a butcher. By a tragic twist of fate, he would have such an opportunity. 3 months after his release from prison, he encountered Jack Bender, and they devised a joint plan for bank robberies. So, on November 21st, 1973, they were searching for a suitable vehicle when they noticed a van belonging to Owen and Michael Hurt. However, the attempt to steal failed. They were spotted by the Hurt brothers' employer, who raised the alarm. Bender and Lucas fled, but the van owners pursued them. The pursuers were armed with 2 axes, a pair of knives, and a semi-automatic rifle. The men in the van quickly caught up with the 2 fugitives and attempted to stop them, but Jack and Lucas were also armed with a gun and knives. When they tried to initiate a conversation, the brothers themselves fell right into their trap. Before they could react, Jack and Lucas aimed their weapons at them. Threatening violence, the criminals dragged the brothers out of the car, then bound them both with some ropes discovered in the vehicle and threw them into the back seat of the van. The day before, Bender had been consuming illegal drugs. Now that the effect of the pills was nearly over, and he was starting to come to his senses, Jack realized the gravity of their actions. In fact, he and his partner had abducted these individuals, and now they were facing 17 to 20 years in prison. The only way out of this predicament was to simply send the witnesses to the afterlife. Then no one would know anything. The lives of Alan and Michael Hurt were vastly different from the existence of Jack Bender and Dwight Lucas. The brothers grew up in a loving, tight-knit family. Michael was born in June 1946 and Alan in October 1953. They spent their childhood in San Diego, California, and later relocated to Omaha, Nebraska. At the age of 20, Michael got married, and a year later he enlisted in the Marine Corps, where he served for about 30 months before deserting. Then he and his wife moved to Canada, and soon the couple had a daughter. After several visits to his brother in Canada, Alan and his mother also moved to Winnipeg, so the family could reside near each other and see each other more frequently. Michael and Alan Hurt worked at the city's fruit and vegetable market. Michael managed the store, and Alan secured a part-time job there shortly after moving to Canada. On the night of November 21st, 1973, both brothers were working at the store. They parked their van just a few feet from the door behind the building. The Hurts were filling baskets with fruit in the store's warehouse when they suddenly heard a car horn coming from the backyard. The store owner, Mr. Amazzini, went to investigate and saw a man holding open the driver's door of the Hurt brothers' truck. The stranger was of medium height and average build, wearing a light coat. Unfortunately, in the darkness, Amazzini could not discern the man's face. He only managed to startle him. The intruder slammed the van door shut and headed into the nearest alley, where approximately 50 feet from the store, another man was waiting for him. The owner returned inside and informed Mike about the incident, inquiring if he had anything valuable inside the vehicle. The elder Hurt went outside, started the van, turned on the headlights, and noticed two men calmly walking away down the alley. Michael hurriedly rushed into the building and shouted to his brother that they would go after the robbers. Alan initially intended to leave everything as it was, but then he noticed that his hunting knife had disappeared from the cab. From readiness, he sat in the passenger seat. Inside the vehicle, he found a cheap-looking foreign glove. The Hurt brothers, in an agitated state, drove out of the parking lot and circled the area in an attempt to pick up the trail of the robbers. In the back were 2 axes and 2 shovels, because the day before, Michael and Alan had uprooted several bushes from their yard. The brothers drove around the block several times but saw no one. They were about to return to the store empty-handed when suddenly they noticed 2 suspicious men, Jack and Lucas, in the next alley. They decided to initiate a conversation with them. Michael asked if he had lost anything and showed them the glove, to which Lucas answered yes and pointed a gun at him. At this time, Jack opened the van door and pressed the stolen hunting knife against Alan's back. For a brief moment, Jack and Lucas were at a loss. The criminals seemed to be confused about what to do next. Most likely this did not fit into their grand plan to rob a bank. Then they forced both brothers into the back seat of the truck. Lucas sat in the driver's seat, and Jack sat in the passenger seat, holding both brothers at gunpoint. Lucas tried to start the car, but the engine kept stalling. After the third failed attempt, Michael Hurt volunteered to take the kidnappers where they needed to go, and they agreed. Jack moved to the back seat, and Lucas moved to the passenger seat, taking the gun from Jack. The criminals advised the brothers to keep quiet and get away from this place as soon as possible. Then Bender took his own meat-carving knife out of his pocket and made several threatening lunges toward Alan, who was sitting next to him. He was looking around the truck when he unexpectedly noticed the axes in the back of the van. His eyes lit up with a wild gleam, and a terrible thought formed in his head. Jack thought that he had never done it with an axe before. Jack then reached for one of the tools and swung at Alan. He even tried to hit him on the left leg a couple of times, but Hurt pulled his legs back and the axe struck the floor of the van. After that, Jack began boasting about the number of people he claimed to have killed with firearms and knives. At that moment, the criminal's face looked truly deranged. Jack could not calm down and began groping in the dark at the back of the van. He felt a semi-automatic Remington rifle belonging to the brothers and asked Alan if it was in working order. Because Jack was waving the weapon around in the confined vehicle and acting like a madman, even Lucas became nervous. He asked his accomplice to calm down and said that they were not going to shoot anyone because they did not need to. While about 25 miles from Winnipeg, near some hydraulic structure, Lucas ordered them to stop, saying it was a pretty good spot. Throughout the ride, Alan and Michael were anxious, but at that moment, they felt for the first time that they were both in real peril. The kidnappers pulled the hostages out of the van and forced them to lie face down in the snow. Then the brothers heard the criminals quietly conversing with each other. Jack told Lucas that it would be too loud, after which the crunch of footsteps on the snow that had fallen the day before was heard. Alan raised his head and saw Lucas standing in front of him with a gun in his hand. Right next to him appeared Jack with one of the two axes. The brothers realized what lay ahead. Michael pleaded for his life, saying that he had a wife and child at home, but Jack only grinned. The first blow landed on Alan's back and the man screamed in pain. This did not stop Jack. He said the brothers were too old to cry and directed the axe at Michael, then began swinging it erratically back and forth, taking turns. He struck again and again. Alan was wounded in the right arm and back. From the pain, he buried his face in the snow and heard the blade hit something, followed by a sickening crunch. Michael's voice could no longer be heard. Alan did not lose consciousness but fell into a stupor. His entire body was pierced by unbearable pain, and there was a ringing emptiness in his head. He realized that something irreparable had just occurred. He was pulled out of oblivion by Jack's piercing, hysterical voice shouting that the brothers were dead, after which he threw the axe in the snow and the footsteps began to recede. Alan told his brother that they were gone, but there was no response. 27-year-old Michael was dead. About 300 feet from where the Hurt brothers were attacked stood a barn. Somehow, despite the fact that both his hands were still tied and he was seriously wounded, Alan was able to get up and head for help towards the barn. The farm belonged to William and Willard Gesner, who lived there with their elderly father. According to William, he opened the door and saw a man with a bloody face. 20-year-old Alan was taken to the hospital, where he was under 24-hour police guard. Fortunately, it did not take detectives long to find Jack and Lucas. The perpetrators were caught in another crime when they tried to steal an unmarked police car. They were surrounded and taken into custody. While being interrogated separately about the attempted car theft, Dwight Lucas asked the police what sentence he would get for killing people, essentially a confession. The criminal claimed that he had sent the two brothers to the afterlife with an axe and threw their bodies in a field, thinking they would not be found until spring. Of course, this was untrue, because it was not Lucas, but Jack Bender who struck the fatal blows. However, this did not diminish the guilt of Lucas, who was standing next to him at the time. Both criminals, Jack Bender and Dwight Lucas, behaved in an extremely provocative manner during the trial. They constantly giggled, cursed, mocked the prosecution witnesses, and treated the entire process as a joke. They even jeered at the judge, throwing paper airplanes at him. The prosecutor described Jack as a hyena with a disgusting grin. Meanwhile, the only surviving witness, Alan Hurt, having recovered his health, left Canada and returned to the United States. The police ensured his safety and watched over him during each visit to Canada, as his testimony was crucial to sentencing the criminals to life in prison. At the trial, Alan identified Jack as the attacker, pointing at him and saying, "That's the one who's laughing now." Jack and Lucas did not speak in their defense and did not present evidence of their innocence. In just an hour, the jury unanimously found them guilty of the murder of Michael Hurt and the attempted murder of Alan. After another 20 minutes, the jury unanimously recommended that the possibility of parole be granted only after 20 years. On June 26, 1974, Jack Bender and Dwight Lucas were sentenced to life imprisonment with the right to parole after 20 years. The judge emphasized that people capable of such a cruel and senseless massacre should be removed from society forever. But even this did not dampen the mood of the criminals. Lucas continued to grin and shouted that he would be released at 39, while Jack just sat silently smiling. However, As soon as the convicts were sent to serve their sentences, they started to stir. Just 3 days after the sentence, Jack filed an appeal, writing it in pencil on parchment paper. He demanded to appeal the sentence on the grounds of the absence of irrefutable evidence. But the appeals department immediately rejected the petition, as life imprisonment for such a crime was mandatory. However, it did not take long for the convicts to start ruining their own lives and the lives of those around them again. On June 9, 1975, Dwight Lucas, along with 2 other inmates, somehow managed to obtain several butcher knives and take 15 prison staff members hostage. They locked the guards and other workers in a storage warehouse, and later had the audacity to demand their freedom in exchange for the people they were holding hostage. The rebels called themselves political prisoners, although they all had a lengthy list of crimes of a completely different nature and were far from politics. The remaining inmates were placed in quarantine, and the confrontation lasted for almost 2 days until a tactical squad stormed the warehouse and disarmed the attackers. All the hostages survived except for 32-year-old Mary Steinhauser. This woman spent most of her time with a knife pressed to her throat, but died from a bullet while the other prisoners were being freed. The hostage-taking incident brought Lucas an additional 14 years, which he will serve concurrently with his life sentence. If this incident did not seem terrible enough, it was repeated less than 8 months later. Apparently, the Correctional Service of Canada did not learn its lesson the first time, and again let down its guard. On February 20th, 1976, Dwight Lucas, along with 2 other inmates, held 2 prison guards hostage for 14 hours. It all started in the morning when the criminals, armed with sharp table knives, attacked the guards as they were releasing them from their cells into the common recreation room. The confrontation ended when a local TV channel broadcast a promise from the director of the penitentiary that the inmates' demands would be met. One of the main demands that was agreed upon was the transfer of all 3 from the prison in British Columbia to Dorchester on the East Coast. Dorchester is one of the oldest prisons in Canada, and to put it mildly, not the most pleasant place. All institutions of this type do not have a reputation for good relations, but this one had a particularly notorious reputation. What the inmates wanted, no one understood. In 1977, Dwight Lucas and Jack Bender were reunited in prison with another convicted felon. The trio attempted to escape from the new maximum security unit of Millhaven Prison and almost succeeded. The inmates crawled through a steel grate on the window of a second-floor cell and jumped 20 feet to the ground. All 3 managed to reach the outer perimeter wall before being caught by a guard. Only 1 shot was fired over their heads as they approached the fence, and all 3 immediately surrendered. The criminals were wearing gloves and carrying a blanket intended to protect against the barbed wire stretched above the wall. The prison block in Millhaven was still under construction, and apparently, the inmates used a hacksaw belonging to the construction crew to escape. All these incidents occurred in the first 3 years of their life sentences. Then Jack and Lucas quieted down for a while and calmly served their time. The lull lasted until 1984, when Jack Bender wrote an article for the Edmonton Journal advocating for the creation of a correctional labor colony. He stated that the maintenance of prisons was too expensive for the Canadian government, that they did not reform, and that no rehabilitation was carried out in them. He called prisons torture chambers for inmates. Jack criticized the government for spending taxpayers' money unwisely, simply throwing it to the wind. His proposal was to create a labor colony on an island off the west coast. Several years later, Bender gave an interview to the same journal, but not about his ideas for a labor colony, but in connection with his marriage that took place behind bars. The article was titled "Love Behind Bars" and told the story of Jack and his wife Laverne, who married in 1986. The prosecutor who sent Jack to prison called the article madness that was allowed to penetrate the Canadian penitentiary system. Jack Bender, serving his sentence, wanted someone to write to him and come visit him. Back in October 1983, he placed an ad in a local newspaper, to which 11 women responded. This is how he eventually met his first wife. Of course, Jack embellished his story, saying that he had unintentionally taken a person's life while trying to rob them. According to his future wife, Jack made a good impression. She liked him after the very first meeting. His behavior reminded her of a lost puppy. The man turned out to be very sensitive, sociable, and friendly. Less than 2 months later, Jack was sent to solitary confinement for 13 weeks on suspicion of preparing an escape. During this time, his future wife visited him 26 times. Surprisingly, at that time, even prisoners sent to solitary confinement apparently had the right to visitation privileges. Laverne continued to visit Jack for 2.5 years. When Jack finally talked about marriage, the woman agreed, and they were married in the prison corridor. The only physical contact that day was the ring placed on the bride's finger through a wire mesh. Laverne had 2 children from previous relationships, and this marriage turned into 2 more innocent victims of Jack Bender, as they had now become the adopted children of a convicted axe villain. In 1987, Jack's former accomplice, Dwight Lucas, also announced that he was going to apply for parole. He considered himself an exemplary prisoner, apparently forgetting that he had twice taken prison staff hostage, participated in an escape attempt, and witnessed the axe murder of 2 innocent young people. Lucas claimed that 15 months of psychiatric treatment, training as an artist, and taking courses to obtain a high school diploma had made him a different person. Friends and relatives of the deceased Michael Hurt were outraged that Lucas dared to ask for this, but unfortunately in 1990, the National Parole Board considered Lucas's application. Jack Bender testified at his former accomplice's hearing and told the jury that Lucas had not played a major role, had not shed blood, and had merely stood by. In January 1991, after spending only 17 years in prison, Dwight Lucas was released on parole. The public reaction was about what one would expect, but it took time to amend flawed laws, and it took another 20 years to repeal the faint hope clause. Meanwhile, Jack's life was filled with various events. In 1996, he and 3 other inmates were charged with the murder of Bertrand Mayeron, who had bullied other criminals and paid for it. In the end, everyone was acquitted. Then a peculiar story emerged about Jack Bender's sham marriage to a woman named Margot Retzky, and Jack again came to the attention of the authorities. Such was the dramatic prison life of Jack Bender from 1973 to 1999, and then suddenly, everything quieted down. For 20 years, up until 2019, there was nothing heard about him in the news. Over the years, Jack achieved a minimum level of supervision. Once, during a prisoner check, the colony staff found 1 person missing. No one noticed how Jack simply left. He was absent for a brief time, as he was quickly apprehended by the police. The man had attempted to escape again. Today, Jack Bender is 71 years old and still behind bars. This man has never shown any remorse for the kidnapping and axe attack on the Hurt brothers. He only regretted that he allowed one of them to survive and crawl to the farmhouse, and he was sincere in his statement. After all, if Alan had not survived, Jack would not have been caught and sentenced to life in prison. Jack applied for full and daytime parole several times, but was constantly denied. His last attempt was made in 2021, but in reality, Jack did nothing to convince the parole board that he had truly changed. Apart from his failed escapes, he seems to have come to terms with the fact that prison is his home, and it is unlikely that this man could stay free for long, since he has neither family nor close friends there. However, the man has a profile on a dating site for Canadian prisoners, which is a combination of self-centered statements and delusional chatter. Jack claims that he is an artist, songwriter, and has written several books, although there is no evidence of this. Jack Bender has spent over 50 years behind bars, which is one of the longest sentences in Canada. On the night of July 13, 2019, a distressed 911 call was placed in the town of Inverness, Florida, by a panicked 17-year-old teenager named Carlos. The adolescent frantically requested assistance for his mother, Denise. He informed the operator that he had awoken from a nap to find his mother assaulted in her own bed, her cranium fractured with a hatchet. At that instant, the lady was still alive but unresponsive. The young man was in a state of panic, unsure of how to aid his cherished one. and the dispatcher was doing everything in their power to soothe him and guide him out of the residence. The emergency responder was uncertain if anyone else was present in the home who could potentially harm Carlos. Consequently, they sought to ensure that the teenager would remain secure while law enforcement was en route. This startling call directed law enforcement to the outskirts, to a spot quite isolated from the commotion. With their firearms ready, the officers cautiously entered the residence to investigate if anyone else was present. Proceeding from one area to another, they found that the house was empty, except for one bedroom where Denise Hallowell lay on the bed. It was a gruesome scene. A hatchet was embedded in the back of her skull. The act was carried out with such intensity that only a few inches of the blade protruded from her head. Despite this, the paramedics still attempted to administer first aid to the woman, but sadly, Denise could not be rescued. That very night, she was pronounced deceased. The authorities were perplexed as to why someone would need to forcibly enter the home to end the life of the occupant while sparing her son and not taking anything valuable. The house was situated in a remote location, close to a lake. There were a few neighboring residences nearby, but they all belonged to Denise's friends. Carlos, the victim's son, provided a similar account. He had no clue who could have been responsible for this, as everyone in the vicinity was either a friend of his mother or an acquaintance from church. According to popular opinion, Denise Hallowell was an exceptional individual in every way. Her generosity and kindness inspired all who interacted with her. She was a woman with a warm heart, a bright smile, and a contagious laugh who was deeply committed to those she cherished, both friends and family. Denise had been married twice, but these relationships, it turned out, did not have a long-term future. The woman once again returned to the lakeside house that had been in her family for 3 generations. Close by was the residence of her dearest friend, Emmy. Their families had resided on adjacent lots their entire lives. The girls grew up side by side, and as adults, they maintained an excellent relationship. Denise simultaneously pursued her teaching degree while working as a veterinary technician. After obtaining her diploma, she proudly began teaching. And in addition to this profession, the woman also engaged in community activities in her neighborhood. Denise was deeply committed to the area where she lived, volunteering at local charities or independently organizing fundraisers to assist a family in need. Hallowell strived to live for others, and this gave her a sense of fulfillment. In her own worldview, a small piece of the puzzle was missing to make life shine with new colors. Denise longed to become a mother. She did not have a strong relationship that would serve as the foundation for a happy family life. With each passing year, the possibility of giving birth to a child on her own became increasingly elusive. But for Denise, this did not play a significant role because her heart held enough love and tenderness for an adopted baby. The truth is that she was also adopted by foster parents. She recalled the feeling of joy when she was selected from a group of children, so she wanted to give the same wings that she once had to a child left in the care of the state. Denise was unaware that she had the ability to provide these kids with the life they deserve.
Primarily, Hallowell located an adoption agency where there were children from Central America, and this led her to encounter a delightful little boy from Guatemala. His name was Carlos, and he became her son. From the first glance, from the first embrace, Denise adored Carlos as her own child, and they instantly became inseparable. Subsequently, the woman even got a tattoo on her ankle with the name of her firstborn. Evidently, the Hallowell family, consisting of 2 individuals, was incredibly joyful. Carlos proved to be the son every parent would wish for. The boy excelled in school, even skipping 1 grade by passing exams externally. He was excellent at sports and very well liked among other classmates. At one point, he got a girlfriend who really adored him. A serious relationship was developing between them, and Denise and the girl's parents considered them a wonderful couple and were already making plans for the future. From a charming, brown-eyed boy, Carlos transformed into a very mature young man. Everyone adored him, especially his mother. They said that there was an incredibly close bond between them. Even Denise's friend Emmy was envious of her because she had constant problems with her own children.
Denise adored her son immensely. She wanted to give him absolutely everything in her power. The woman herself was not particularly interested in having more children. With the arrival of Carlos, her dreams of motherhood were completely fulfilled. At some point, she thought that perhaps the boy would be happier if he had a brother or sister. They say that the path to hell is paved with good intentions. Denise did adopt another child, an 8-year-old boy from Honduras at the time of adoption. His name was Angel, and he was supposed to become Carlos's younger brother. This is where everything turned out entirely different from what was originally planned. The relationship with Angel turned out differently, and the hopes for a happy family life crumbled like a house of cards. In 2015, a few years prior to her passing, Denise had to contact law enforcement and report Angel missing, as she was unable to locate him anywhere. The patrol officers who arrived first and foremost prepared a protocol and wanted to examine the teenager's room, after which they had a mixed reaction towards the child's mother and the entire situation in general. Angel's room and what they observed in it left the officers somewhat perplexed. By that time, the boy was 12 years old, so they anticipated seeing posters on the walls, a plethora of toys and gadgets, as is typical for children of his age. However, instead, they encountered a completely empty room, except for an inflatable mattress on a frame and a bucket that was intended to be used as a toilet. The window was boarded shut, and there were locks on the outside of the door to secure the room from the outside. While the police were investigating the house, Denise located Angel on her own. He was concealing himself in a neighbor's shed. The officers wanted to ask the boy a few questions to ascertain what was happening, and then a very unsightly picture began to emerge. Angel informed the police that he was treated very poorly in the Hallowell house. Every night he was locked in his bedroom and permitted to leave the room only to perform housework. And even when he went out to do housework, he was compelled to do it completely naked. He also reported that Denise and Carlos frequently beat him with their fists below the belt. It all appeared so terrible that Denise was arrested and charged with very serious accusations of abusing her son. Both teenagers were removed from her custody. Carlos attempted to assist his mom and post bail for her to get her out of jail, but ultimately it wasn't necessary. Denise's lawyer was able to persuade the judge to release her under house arrest with an electronic ankle bracelet. The entire situation in the Hallowell family caused outrage in the community. Denise was a teacher and a mother of 2 children. The woman was accused of inappropriate treatment of her own son. At the time this occurred, she was teaching natural sciences and social sciences at a private school. Because of this whole situation, Denise could not return to work. The management placed her on administrative leave until the situation with the accusation and arrest was finally clarified. The students' parents were informed that nothing like this had been noticed about Denise before. She had an impeccable teaching career. But who knows what can happen behind closed doors at home? Despite the fact that the woman was released from prison under house arrest, she could not work, and therefore could not pay the bills. For her, the situation with Angel's escape ended in disaster. She lost her children. Credit card debts were mounting, her reputation as a teacher was ruined, and Denise's whole life was practically destroyed. It would seem that this is precisely what she deserved if she really treated her own children badly. All this happened primarily because of Angel's words, but as soon as the investigation commenced and the police began to delve into the details of the case, everything started to seem far-fetched and false. There was no evidence that Denise had mistreated her sons. She did not deny that she had spanked the mischievous child on the soft spot a couple of times for his pranks. This was the maximum extent of physical punishment. The question arose whether to consider this physical and whether it could be called a crime. The woman also explained that she nailed the window in Angel's room shut, as the boy had a propensity to run away. He would sneak away in the middle of the night through the window, and then she would have to search for him for several hours. For the same reason, she installed a lock on the door of his room. Perhaps it was a mistake, but Denise felt that she had no other options. She spoke to a psychologist about this and consulted with the local pastor, but no advice or recommendations helped. Moreover, Angel had serious problems with behavior and anger. Therefore, there was nothing in his room.
The boy simply destroyed all things regardless of their value. Denise felt helpless and responsible for her child and just did everything in her power. As a mother, she had to be sure that her son would not harm himself or anyone else, and she simply could not just give up on him. Confirmation of Denise's words could be found in her diary, where she wrote down everything that happened with Angel for 3 years. There were recommendations from doctors and conversations with a priest. The woman described every step of hers, built an upbringing plan, tried various approaches to this difficult child. After Denise was charged, she tried to hand these notes over to the police to explain her behavior, but they simply ignored it. The eldest son, Carlos, fully corroborated his mother's words about both the boarded-up windows and the empty room. The boy said that Angel was constantly eager for freedom, not wanting to lead a normal life. After all, the lack of control in childhood apparently left an imprint on his behavior. Carlos said that Denise had never insulted her sons, but Angel could easily attack with his fists. The boy even felt incredible aggression towards animals, offending the dogs kept in the house. All this information made the police wonder if Denise's arrest was a mistake, and this soon became apparent. Both boys were given to a foster family where Angel immediately had problems with behavior and outbursts of aggression and violence towards his foster parents. The boy fought with the father of the family and blackmailed him. He threatened to complain to the police that he was being mistreated if the man did not indulge his desires. This is the very maneuver he performed at the Hallowell house. It got to the point that other families began to refuse Angel. The charges against Denise were dropped, and now she had the most difficult task of restoring her shattered reputation. No matter how pure your intentions are, there will always be someone who will find negative aspects in them. It wasn't easy to get back on track. It took Denise a year to secure another job as a teacher. Her students were individuals suffering from autism, and as an educator, she was successful. But before that, she had to surmount a lot. Her boys were still not with her, although Denise was a great mother to them. She attended all their sports events, took them on vacation, was very attentive and involved in their lives. After all, she loved them and wanted them to have their own permanent home. In the end, she managed to get Carlos back. But regarding Angel, the specialists advised her to think carefully, since after the events that transpired, it would not be easy for both of them. By law, she could take him back, but the social welfare authorities recommended that Denise relinquish her parental rights for the child's benefit, which the woman did, although it was a very painful choice for her. This was the story of the Hallowell family before the tragic events when Denise was found with a fractured skull in her own bed. Rumors and speculations immediately began to circulate in the community that the person responsible for the death could be her son Angel, who harbored a grudge against his adoptive mother, and this could have been close to the truth. But such a possibility was soon refuted, since the boy was in a juvenile detention center at that time, and therefore could not have been involved in Denise's death. The police made every effort to uncover what actually happened. They searched in the air, on the ground, and even checked the lake. Canine services and volunteer search groups were involved. A survey of neighbors in this area revealed rather alarming information. Many believed that Denise might have become a target for some reason, because recently, strange things had begun to occur in their area. People began to notice that the flow of cars entering and leaving this area had increased. Then, a mysterious fire happened in the Hallowell house, the cause of which was never established. Neighbors said that Denise's pets had disappeared several times. The inhabitants of the house were also worried about their safety. They even installed a camera and hung signs near their property indicating video recording. However, all this was just speculation because from the first day, the police already had someone in their sights. It was none other than Carlos, the boy from Guatemala whom Denise adopted at the age of 4. After receiving a call from him to 911, the patrol officers found the boy on the street. Carlos was literally going crazy when he was told that Denise had passed away. Since he was the only person who was at home at the time, he was taken to the station for interrogation. The young man recounted what he and his mother were doing that day. Everything was as usual. In the morning, they went on business to the funeral of a family friend, then returned home, buying 2 pies at a bakery on the way. At home, they had a snack of fresh baked goods and decided to take a little nap. Each went to their own bedroom. Carlos watched some YouTube videos before falling asleep. Then at some point, he woke up, answered a few messages, and fell asleep again. The boy was fast asleep when the dogs started barking outside, although they were usually kept on the other side of the house. At first, he thought that Denise had let them out, but the barking did not stop, and Carlos, shaking off the remnants of drowsiness, got up and went outside. Then he noticed that the front door was wide open. After calling out to the 4-legged pets, the young man looked around for his mother, but she was nowhere to be seen. Then, he decided to check the bedroom and stumbled upon a terrible sight. Denise was lying on the bed with an axe sticking out of her head. The boy heard her trying to breathe but didn't know what to do so as not to aggravate the situation. Carlos even tried to shake his mother slightly, but she did not respond. When the police asked Carlos who he thought could have done such a thing, he said that his mother had no enemies. The only people she communicated with always treated her warmly. They themselves lived in such a wilderness that they could hardly bother anyone. For some reason, Carlos's story did not inspire confidence in the investigators. Most likely it was because they already had some information that helped form a more complete picture. There were no signs of a break-in, and the theory of an intruder looked far-fetched from the very beginning. The relationship between mother and son was not really as good as Carlos described. Just a few months ago, the police were called to the Hallowell home after the son attacked his mother. As a result, the woman received a concussion and broke her arm. When the boy was reminded of this incident, he reported that after that, he and Denise had reconciled, and besides, their quarrel could not be called a fight. They just pushed each other. Then he apparently realized how it looked from the outside, and his story changed abruptly. Carlos informed the guardians of order that his mother constantly insulted him, could hit him in the face, head, back, everything she could reach. After that quarrel, he even moved out of her house. The young man complained that he had mental health problems. This was confirmed by his acquaintances and friends. He really looked anxious and tense. It was at that time that Carlos began to heavily use illegal drugs and even thought about voluntary suicide. Denise took him to a clinic where a doctor prescribed Carlos medication for depression and also diagnosed him with suspected bipolar disorder. After treatment, the young man felt much better. His mood stabilized, he and his mother mended their relationship, and he returned home. However, the correction of the situation was due to the fact that Denise agreed with the list of demands of her adopted son. Carlos wanted his mother to buy him a reliable car for trips to college. After he turned 18, she would still have to make a financial contribution to his college education, and these were not just demands on paper. The boy wanted Denise to sign it and have it notarized. Such were the complicated relationships that developed in the Hallowell family. According to reports from Denise's neighbor and closest friend, Emmy, the mother was truly afraid of her son when he became addicted to psychotropic substances. The woman even installed several cameras to monitor what was happening and asked Emmy to take care of her dogs if something happened to her. During the interrogation, Carlos behaved a little defiantly and was very offended when the officers told him about their suspicions. He stated that he would never harm his mother. She was the only person he truly loved. Despite all the detectives' attempts to make him confess, he did not break down and continued to claim that he was not involved in his mother's death. Since the police currently had no specific evidence, they had to release Carlos. Because he was only 17 years old, he could not stay alone in the house. The investigators tried to take the teenager to his girlfriend's house, but the girl's parents, who had always been favorably disposed to their friendship, refused to accept him. The whole situation with Denise looked suspicious, and they did not want to create unnecessary problems for themselves because of this boy. Not only his girlfriend and her parents turned away from Carlos, but some friends also began to distance themselves over time. There was a hint of falsehood in his stories about his mother. The only person who agreed to have the young man in her home was Emmy, Denise's friend.
She was so devastated by the death of a close person with whom she planned to meet old age next door that despite all her fears, she took Carlos to her place. The woman tried to keep him busy so that he could endure the loss of his mother, helped him plan Denise's funeral, and stayed with him as much as possible. Only in Emmy's soul was there a fear that the young man had something to do with what happened to her friend. At night, she locked the door to her bedroom and listened for extraneous sounds for a long time. At the same time, she felt very guilty about this feeling. Carlos was perhaps just a little boy, frightened by such tragic events. However, as soon as she saw that there was not a drop of sadness in his eyes, suspicions revived again. Meanwhile, Carlos was not grieving at all. He seemed more excited about getting an inheritance than about the absence of Denise in his life. However, despite outward manifestations in his diary, he wrote how much he missed his mother and asked her to come back, not to leave him, that he would never be able to get the vision of how she lay completely motionless out of his head. All these inconsistencies clearly indicated psychological problems. 9 weeks later, the police called Carlos for another interrogation. He insisted that after finding his mother in a terrible state, he did not leave the house. However, his mobile phone showed otherwise. The teenager was near the lake. The boy tried to object, but when he was told that divers had already searched the reservoir and found something at the bottom, he broke down and told a completely different version of events. The detective pulled out a box to show Carlos the items found in the water. There were 3 surveillance cameras that previously hung in the house's corridors and Denise's cell phone. Unfortunately, the police could not get any useful information from these devices since they had been in the water for some time. But Carlos did not know about this, so he was overwhelmed with panic. Before that, he had already told investigators that there were no cameras inside the house and the one outside was broken. During the search, the police noticed that in those places where the recording devices were once attached, there were characteristic traces, and there were also cables for connection everywhere. So the boy lied. Since the cameras themselves were not in the house, the detectives decided to search the entire area around the building, including the bottom of the lake. Now Carlos's narrative was based on the fact that he did not remember anything. He and Denise returned home from a family friend's funeral, had a snack of pies, and went to rest. The teenager woke up to the dogs barking, found his mother with an axe in the back of her head, and called the emergency service. The only thing was that now he already allowed the thought that he could have done it himself, but somehow it was erased from his memory. He panicked, tore off all the cameras, grabbed his mother's phone, and for some reason threw it into the water. But this was also a lie, because based on the data from his mobile phone, the police already knew that on that day he did not even go to bed. Carlos was using his gadget all the time. Caught in another lie, he again slightly changed the story. The boy said that he remembered sharpening an axe for some reason, and the next memory was an axe sticking out of his own mother's head. But how it happened, he did not understand. It was definitely not planned. He was brought to his senses by the blood streaming from Denise's nose. The young man, realizing what he had done, wanted to fix it and immediately called 911 in the hope of saving the life of his mother, the woman who completely changed his present. He insisted that he did not understand how he could attack her. It was some kind of clouding of the mind. Now that he had confessed, he felt better, but his soul was gnawed by guilt. He would never be able to forgive himself for what he had done. The reason Carlos was able to hack his mother with an axe was that the woman verbally insulted him, often humiliated him, told him that he was a loser, and how disappointed she was in his behavior. In part, this was true, because witnesses were found who confirmed this, and there were several audio recordings where Denise scolded her son. On the day when the teenager wanted to take his own life and crashed into a tree in a car, Denise was more worried about the damage done to her red pickup truck than about the fact that her son might have been trying to commit suicide. She was so upset by the damage to the truck that she began to reproach her son again, saying that it was only thanks to her that he lived in the United States. It's hard to learn that the victim was not actually a good person either, or at least did not correspond to the concepts of a loving mother.
However, this does not mean that she deserved a terrible death at the hands of her adopted son. From the outside, their relationship always looked very close and trusting, and many were jealous. The truth began to come out only after the death of Denise. For the first 7 years, everything really went well. At the age of 11, the teenager tried alcohol, weed, and intoxicating pills. Moreover, he himself began to engage in their distribution. This explains why various cars began to arrive in such a remote area, and some suspicious individuals began to appear. Once upon a time, Carlos did well in school, but now his performance dropped sharply, and then he was completely expelled from the school's graduation class. He managed to hide it from his mother for several months. When Denise finally found out, she set herself the goal of putting the child back on the right path. Perhaps out of desperation, she told him all these unpleasant things. At first, Carlos silently listened to all the reproaches and insults from his mother, then took an axe and went into the forest, where he began to chop trees, visualizing that his mother was in front of him. He remembered all the offensive words she said in the heat of the moment and vented his anger on the pine trunks, and then returned home. On that day, July 13th, 2019, after the funeral, he and Denise had a big fight. She again began to reproach him about his friends and his destructive addiction. Carlos told his mother that he wanted to go to technical college instead of a 4-year school, but Denise rejected this idea as not corresponding to what she wanted for her son. The woman refused to pay for his studies, calling her son a loser and the main disappointment in her life. At the end of the conversation, tears appeared in his eyes, after which the teenager took an axe and took his mother's life. Carlos was arrested. The young man's first question was how soon he would be released, because he was going to go to college. And when he learned that he would go to prison, he was very upset because of the presence of a future criminal record. The boy was interested in whether it could somehow be removed from the records later, so that it would not affect his future life. In general, he behaved far from like an adult, and was so detached from reality that he did not understand the essence of what was happening. Carlos was tried as an adult, despite the fact that at the time of the crime he was 17 years old. The prosecution insisted on the premeditation of the young man's actions. He did not plead guilty, and the defense insisted that his actions were not planned initially. He succumbed to emotions. The lawyer stated that Carlos had mental health problems and the feelings of a child who was abandoned in early childhood. All this, combined with Denise's aggressive and harsh parenting style, made him short-tempered. The defense convinced the jury that the boy was subjected to psychological abuse by his deceased mother, and that is why he took her life. The jury was not told that Carlos had previously had a brother, or that Denise had previously been accused of child abuse. The prosecution, in turn, painted a picture of a selfish child who chose the wrong path and was angry because his mother tried to impose her own principles on him and did not let him live the way he wanted. And Carlos liked to drink alcohol, smoke weed, and take intoxicating substances. He dreamed of throwing parties, not studying in a 4-year school, but at the same time, Denise fully financed him, regardless of whether she agreed with such a life or not. The prosecutor added that Miss Hallowell did not deserve to die. She did everything that any mother in her place would do, and all this was for the future of her son. The jury retired for deliberation. After an hour and a half, they returned with a decision to find Carlos Hallowell guilty of his mother's death. It remained only to wait for the sentence. Although the boy was tried as an adult because of his age, he could not be subjected to the death penalty. He faced from 40 years to life imprisonment. The judge had to take into account 10 different factors when making a decision, including the nature of the crime, Carlos's mental state, and everything that the defense and prosecution team said in their speeches. Ultimately, the judge concluded that Carlos Hallowell was an incorrigible criminal who had no chance of rehabilitation. He made an independent choice in favor of alcohol and prohibited drugs. His immaturity at the time of the crime had nothing to do with the fact that he committed the crime, given that the defendant attacked his mother when she was in the most vulnerable state. It was not a sudden surge of emotions, a state of passion. The motive for the crime was Denise's money, real estate, her car, and all her property. Experts who met with Carlos determined that he had 16 out of 20 criteria for a psychopathological syndrome manifested in the form of heartlessness towards others, a reduced ability to empathize, a lack of sincere remorse, and other signs. A person suffering from such a syndrome is not capable of rehabilitation. During the sentencing hearing, Carlos made a statement to the court, but in reality he was simply talking to his deceased mother, saying that she could hear everything, that she was not there with him. In the words addressed to Denise, the young man expressed remorse and regret for his wrongdoing. At such a young age, Carlos Hallowell was sentenced to life in prison because he committed an unforgivable and irreparable crime against the person closest to him. His sentence can be reviewed after 25 years, in 2044. Carlos himself seemed to have come to terms with his sad fate and accepted what he had done. Sometime later, he even gave an interview. Finally, he was able to tell the whole story of his crime from his own perspective. Carlos told journalists that for some time, he and Denise had everything going wonderfully. Their relationship changed and everything went downhill as soon as Angel appeared in the house. The mother changed, became more tense, aggressive, and as a result, very cruel. After Denise's arrest, when both sons were taken away from her, everything became completely different. At some point, it seemed to Carlos that he had lost his home again and was deprived of everything he had, but at the same time, he felt a kind of freedom and impunity. After returning to Denise's house, there was no longer the closeness between the son and mother that there was initially. Then, when he got older, he realized that his mother expected too much from him. She wanted him to become more independent and start making a financial contribution to the household. Every time he got into bad company or relapsed, she became more and more disappointed in him. That day, they had a big fight over the technical college where Carlos wanted to go to study, and Denise said too much. When she fell asleep, the young man was working in the yard, chopping something with an axe. Then he wanted to drink. He entered the house. His mother's last words were spinning in his head. Carlos looked into the room and saw that Denise was sleeping. Then he raised the axe and swung with all his might, trying not to look at her. There was no real reason to take her life. He himself admitted it and agreed that his mother did not deserve it. Is an individual shaped by their surroundings, or are their deeds a consequence of their personal decisions? Does the adage, "Everything we possess in life, we either earned or permitted," hold true? What are your thoughts? On a gloomy evening in March 2010, paramedics were summoned to a residence in Escambia County, Florida. A 19-year-old lady had been subjected to a horrific assault. Her wounds were so grave that her skin had darkened and was literally sloughing off her frame. Despite her state, she succeeded in identifying the fiends who had savaged her in this manner. Tina Lasagna Brown was born in July 1970 to Lily and Willie Coleman, who had wed at a tender age. Shortly after Tina's arrival, her brother Willie Coleman Jr. was born just 11 months later. The youthful parents, owing to their immaturity, prioritized socializing over caring for their offspring. The children were frequently left unattended at home or sent to stay with relatives on weekends. Despite the minimal age gap, Tina assumed the role of caretaker for Willie Jr. She looked after her sibling, prepared meals, assisted with schoolwork, accompanied him to and from school, and brought him home after classes. Willie Sr. became involved with a gang and made a living peddling illicit drugs. In mid-1982, he viciously assaulted his wife Lily, after which she refused to continue residing with him under the same roof. She gathered her belongings, initiated divorce proceedings, and departed, leaving her 2 children in the custody of their tyrannical father without attempting to maintain any contact. Willie Sr. persisted in selling white powder directly from their residence, but with Lily gone, he began physically abusing his daughter. Unable to endure the prolonged harassment from an adult male, Tina sought refuge with her paternal grandmother. The girl felt secure and decided to disclose the abuse by Willie Sr., but instead of receiving support, The elderly woman unleashed her fury on the teenager and banished her from the house, insisting that her son would never engage in such behavior and forbidding Tina from appearing in her presence. With nowhere else to go, the girl returned to her father's house and the assaults resumed. Subsequently, against the wishes of the entire family, Coleman Sr. married his beloved, an aggressive and promiscuous woman named Melinda. The abuse from her father ceased, but Willie Sr. grew dissatisfied with his new wife's infidelity, catching her in the arms of other men on multiple occasions. The household was consumed by turmoil, aggression, alcohol, and illicit substances. The father and stepmother indulged in them and even introduced Tina to the effects of psychotropic drugs. Melinda then coerced her stepdaughter into sleeping with men to earn money for alcohol and entertainment through the exploitation of her young body. Several years later, the FBI launched an investigation into Willie Sr.'s involvement in gang activities, leading to his arrest and a year-long prison sentence. During this period, Tina temporarily moved in with her mother, but due to the strict rules in Lily's household, constant arguments erupted between them, resulting in the girl being kicked out onto the streets once again. Tina moved in with her aunt. The teenager's upbringing was so inconsistent and unhealthy that she had difficulties in school, transferring between several educational institutions over a span of 4 years. Although Tina ultimately earned her diploma, it could not erase the years of mistreatment and degradation she had endured. Lacking a stable residence and grappling with drug addiction due to the influence of her wicked stepmother Melinda, the girl found herself in a dubious location inhabited by other young people in similar circumstances. There, Tina encountered Greg Miller, another individual battling synthetic substance addiction. Despite the volatile nature of their relationship, they remained together for an extended period. The woman gave birth to 2 children, but due to the mother's way of life, the children were afflicted with various ailments. During her 3rd pregnancy, Tina separated from Greg and found herself in a rehabilitation facility where she gave birth to her 3rd child, Brittany Miller. Rather than placing her children in foster care, Tina agreed to undergo addiction treatment. She entrusted her first 2 infants to her mother Lily for adoption and, through rehabilitation, managed to retain custody of Brittany. The woman put forth her best efforts to be a nurturing mother and abstained from substance use for a total of 4 years. Throughout her own childhood, Tina had been deprived of love and affection from her parents, robbed of a carefree youth, so she resolved to do everything in her power to safeguard her own children. Tina met a new man and married him, but following the wedding, she was confronted with devastating news. Her husband had been arrested and imprisoned for selling and distributing illicit drugs. Tina secured employment as a bartender and once again encountered a young man who captured her attention. It seemed that the woman subconsciously gravitated towards men associated with the lifestyle she had renounced, as if drawn to temptation. Although Tina did her utmost to persevere, her life with this man was far from prosperous, marked by quarrels that escalated into violence and constant humiliation. The woman managed to break free from this oppression when her partner was also incarcerated. However, Tina struggled to manage her life and found herself without means of support. In desperation, she resorted to writing fraudulent checks, for which she was apprehended and faced criminal charges. Consequently, the woman turned to exotic dancing as a means to obtain some income. It was during this period that she relapsed, succumbing once more to substance abuse, fraudulent checks, promiscuous encounters, and another arrest. In 2005, when Tina was 35 years old, the court mandated that she undergo treatment. She endeavored to earn an honest living and secured a position as an assistant manager at a catering company. Everything seemed to be going well until another bout of depression and breakdown occurred. In the summer of 2009, Tina resolved to start anew. She relocated to Pensacola, Florida, found employment at a bakery, and settled into a mobile home park with her daughter, Brittany Miller. However, the income earned was insufficient to cover their expenses, so Tina gradually began offering intimate services in exchange for money. Her best friend Heather's husband was listed among her regular clients. Initially, Tina Brown and Brittany Miller shared a close bond with their neighbors, 27-year-old Heather Lee and 19-year-old Adriana Zimmerman. Adriana Zimmerman, born on April 13, 1990, had a childhood and youth shrouded in obscurity. Recently, she had been residing in a mobile home park in Pensacola, Escambia County, Florida. Despite her young age of 19, she was already a mother to 2 children, 2-year-old Trinity and 3-year-old David. As a single mother, she faced financial hardships, as raising and nurturing children required significantly more resources than living alone, and she had no one to rely on for support. Partners proved unreliable, so she turned to her nearest neighbors for assistance. Heather Lee and 39-year-old Tina Brown, along with her teenage daughter, 16-year-old Brittany Miller, became a lifeline for the young mother to some extent. Regrettably, living in such an environment leaves an indelible mark on a person. The reasons that lead individuals to reside in mobile homes often stem from their past experiences, which are rarely positive. The absence of stability and a supportive social circle can result in disagreements between neighbors, escalating beyond verbal altercations and culminating in violence. Commonplace conflicts frequently spiral into something sinister, as individuals leading such a lifestyle may exhibit a total lack of control over their behavior, a prevalent occurrence in this particular setting. At the time, the 4 neighbors had highly volatile relationships. Minor squabbles that escalated into physical altercations could not foster the development of a strong friendship. Grievances accumulated, accusations against one another intensified, and at times, the arguments became so extreme that police intervention was necessary. The majority of the disputes revolved around men. Adriana was infuriated with Tina, who, following one of the neighbors' disputes, reported to the Florida Department of Children and Families that Adriana was not providing adequate care for her children. Adriana was well aware of the potential consequences of the guardianship authorities intervening in her personal life. This would inevitably lead to inspections by the authorities, and if they found anything unsatisfactory, they could easily remove the children from her custody, which was the worst nightmare for any parent. What made the situation even more distressing was that Adriana had only recently considered Tina her closest friend. For understandable reasons, the young mother was furious, and the neighbors once again found themselves embroiled in conflict. The subject of the dispute now extended beyond the upbringing of children to encompass minor grievances and resentments, and the most frightening aspect was that they snowballed with each passing minute. The 3rd neighbor, Heather Lee, made numerous attempts to act as a mediator between them, but all her efforts proved futile. Adriana accused Tina of meddling in affairs that did not concern her, holding her responsible for the arrest of Adriana's boyfriend. Tina had also allegedly shattered the window of her car. Naturally, Tina did not remain silent in response. She countered with an accusation that the young neighbor had slashed her car tires in the past, prompting her to retaliate by breaking the window. The most recent altercation between the former friends revolved around Brittany's boyfriend. Tina's 16-year-old daughter had somehow discovered that Adriana had slept with her boyfriend, and as soon as the opportunity for revenge presented itself, the girl attacked Adriana and attempted to strike her. In response, Adriana utilized a stun gun. This incident was particularly severe, even for a mobile home park, and once again highlighted the level of well-being in the area. In general, disagreements frequently arose between Adriana and Brittany. Both girls were essentially still teenagers, despite the fact that one of them was a mother of 2. Neither of them possessed the ability to control their emotions and outbursts of rage, which is why the other neighbor, Heather Lee, often had to intervene in their conflicts and break up fights. When Tina learned that her child had been assaulted with a stun gun, she was consumed by anger and resolved not to leave the incident unpunished. There was a clear course of action to address the situation, to involve the police, but Brown, who had suffered abuse from her own father and stepmother during her childhood, was not one to forgive offenses. She decided to take matters into her own hands and exact retribution. Several days passed, but the stun gun incident continued to fester. The thoughts of both mother and daughter remained fixated on seeking revenge against Adriana. On March 24, 2010, Tina invited Adriana to her trailer under the pretense of arranging a truce and rekindling their friendship. She decided to set aside all grievances and put an end to the feud. Adriana was overjoyed, as she had been feeling utterly isolated in her mobile home. She genuinely believed that it was time to cease quarreling and fighting over trivial matters, as they had managed to maintain a friendship and support each other for a period. Thus, the young woman agreed to visit the trailer, unaware of the trap she was about to walk into. Tina, Heather, Brittany, and her 13-year-old friend Mallory were already gathered in the house, awaiting Adriana's arrival. Brown had decided to employ the same weapon that the neighbor had used against her daughter. She had deliberately concealed a stun gun in advance within one of the cabinets. Brittany informed her friend that they intended to confront Adriana for all the offenses inflicted upon them. And if Mallory divulged this information to anyone, she would be next, clearly indicating premeditation on Brittany's part. While it is possible that Adriana had indeed engaged in an intimate relationship with Brittany's boyfriend, provided inadequate care for her children, and perpetrated petty tricks on her neighbors, she was only 19 years old and certainly did not deserve to die. Unaware, around 9 p.m., Adriana visited the neighboring trailer and within minutes found herself collapsed on the ground after multiple strikes from a stun gun. Unbelievable, intense agony pierced through her entire being, immobilizing her muscles and plunging her into utter terror. The understanding that she was utterly defenseless and powerless compelled the girl to cry out. Adriana pleaded for assistance, realizing that something truly horrific was about to unfold. Heather Lee came to the aid, but she was assisting not the victim, but the tormentors. The neighbor stuffed a filthy sock into Adriana's mouth to silence her, while Brittany simultaneously delivered a forceful blow to her face, after which the captive was hauled outside and thrown into the vehicle's trunk. Tina took the driver's seat, and her daughter and neighbor Heather entered the passenger section. 13-year-old Mallory remained in the trailer. Having driven approximately 1.5 miles from the mobile home park, the women reached a spacious glade in a forested region. Adriana, lying unconscious in the trunk, started to realize that if she didn't escape immediately, the situation could end tragically for her. As soon as the trunk was opened, Adriana fled from the trio with all her might. She had already begun to rejoice that she had escaped in time when, as misfortune would have it, she stumbled on the tree root and tumbled to the earth. It was already dark, and moreover, Adriana was in great haste, so she failed to notice the obstruction in her path. Tina and Brittany swiftly caught up to her and commenced the assault right there. The mother again employed a stun gun, while the daughter grabbed a crowbar. Afterward, they exchanged weapons, allowing themselves to torment the overpowered neighbor in various ways. Evidently, these actions brought delight to the two women. When the tools slipped out of Brittany's grasp, she struck Adriana multiple times with her fist with such force that she fractured her finger. Meanwhile, Tina went to the vehicle's trunk, retrieved the gasoline canister, and returned to the beaten, prone, but still conscious body of the neighbor. Tina could clearly see the severity of Adriana's injuries and how terrified she was, but it seemed insufficient to her. Although, subsequently, what Adriana did was incomparable to what they were doing now. Nevertheless, Tina drenched Adriana's body with gasoline, ignited a lighter, and set her ablaze. And then all three attackers observed as the fire raged, as the girl screamed from unimaginable agony, and how her skin charred. At one point, Britain even leaped up and down with excitement, yelling, "Burn, bitch!" It's even difficult to fathom that someone could experience joy witnessing such a horrific, excruciating act. Most individuals possess empathy and compassion, but Brittany Miller was apparently not one of them. When Adriana's body was consumed by the inferno, she remained aware. She was positioned prone as the combustible liquid was poured over her. During the pinnacle of her agonizing torment, she commenced rolling on the earth, seeking to alleviate her anguish, while Heather, Tina, and Brittany nonchalantly entered their vehicle and returned to their residence, anticipating the swift demise of their neighbor. During the journey back to their mobile home, Brittany recalled leaving some belongings at the location, including a taser and a pair of her athletic shoes. She informed her mother, but Tina insisted they would not return. She desired to put some space between them and the actual offense. Tina failed to realize that the discarded items would serve as evidence, primarily indicating their participation. She was simply incapable of coherent reasoning. Despite the women's belief that they had meticulously planned and considered every detail, their actions suggested disarray and a total absence of control over the circumstances. Perhaps they doubted anyone would be concerned about Adriana Zimmerman's destiny or uncover the reason for her passing. If they, her closest neighbors, regarded her as a disposable object, discarded her like rubbish and incinerated her, why would others be troubled by her disappearance? It was their underestimation of the girl's identity that led to the subsequent outcome. Remarkably, despite the horrific, life-threatening wounds, Adriana somehow managed to douse the flames, rise, and trek approximately a mile until she reached the closest residence. This dwelling belonged to a man named Terrence Hendrick. That night, he intended to retire early when he thought he heard a faint voice in the yard pleading for assistance. Terrence peered out the window but could not discern anyone in the darkness. Intrigued by the unanticipated visitor, the man stepped onto the porch and gazed into the distance. After a moment, once his eyes adjusted to the absence of light, Hendrick could distinguish the silhouette of a person approaching him. The unfamiliar figure moved as if in slow motion. Terrence immediately realized that someone was in distress and now attempting to seek help. This individual was gravely injured. It was astonishing that the homeowner even heard the voice, as now, standing mere feet from the stranger outside, he could not comprehend a single word. It was revealed to be Adriana Zimmerman, the girl, who, overcoming the pain, whispered for him to summon emergency services and, unable to remain standing, collapsed on the porch. Hendrick grabbed the phone and settled beside her on the steps. As the girl swayed from side to side, arms extended in front of her, he called 911 and informed the dispatcher that a woman requiring immediate hospitalization had just emerged from the woods near his home. As they sat on the porch awaiting the arrival of the paramedics, Terrence observed that she had a severe head injury. The girl's body appeared entirely black, and it was unclear whether she was wearing any clothing, as it was impossible to distinguish between her skin and any fabric. She emitted a strong odor of burning and gasoline. The emergency personnel who arrived shortly thereafter were perplexed by the sight of such horrific burns. To their dismay, they realized that their abilities were too limited to alleviate Adriana's agony in any way. According to rough estimates, approximately 90% of her body was severely burned. Her skin was literally peeling off like a charred piece of paper. She had an extensive head injury, and her jaw was either fractured or dislocated. The medics attempted to treat the skin with oxygen and apply a sterile dressing, but due to the severity of the burns, they lacked sufficient materials to cover the entire body. It was also impossible to stabilize her neck, as the skin began to disintegrate at the slightest touch. It is absolutely inconceivable how Adriana managed to traverse such a distance at all, with such extensive burns. It is even impossible to fathom the excruciating pain she endured. However, despite all the injuries, Adriana was conscious and able to communicate to some extent. She had a goal to inform people who had done this to her. The girl sensed that she could lose her mind at any moment, so she managed to provide the ambulance physician with all the details, knowing that her days were numbered and she needed to have time to take care of her little ones and bring the perpetrators to justice. The girl stated that she was struck with a stun gun, dragged out of the house, then hit on the head with a crowbar, after which she was doused with gasoline and set ablaze. Furthermore, she provided the names of all those who had tortured her, gave their addresses, and also requested protection for her children. Even in this condition, Adriana was thinking about her little ones. This undoubtedly characterized her as a caring mother. And even though she made many mistakes in life, her love for Trinity and David was unwavering. While the girl was being transported to the hospital, she repeatedly asked the doctors if they would be able to save her, and again explained that she went to the trailer where the trap was waiting for her only to reconcile with the neighbors. Unfortunately, the doctors could not promise the impossible, but they assured Adriana that they would do everything in their power. At the local hospital, Adriana's condition was stabilized. The doctors induced an artificial coma, and then the victim was airlifted to the University of South Alabama Burn Center in Mobile. The investigators arrived at the scene relatively swiftly. It did not take them long to locate the wooded area where the attack on Adriana occurred. The police walked from Terrence's house, where the girl sought help, along a dirt path and discovered the remains of a fire. There were more than enough clues around. A pair of white shoes, a strand of hair, a crowbar, a stun gun. There was also a pool of blood, a scrap of paper with red spots, and the remnants of burnt clothing. While the doctors were fighting to save Adriana's life, and the police were searching for evidence of the crime, Tina, Brittany, and Heather returned to Tina's home, where 13-year-old Mallory was waiting for them. They removed their bloody clothes and shoes and concealed them in a garbage bag. Brittany informed her friend that she had broken her arm while beating Adriana, so the girls took her mother's car and headed to the hospital. Meanwhile, Tina disposed of the bag containing the bloody clothes by tossing it into a dumpster. When the investigators arrived at the trailer park, they discovered 2 women in Heather Lee's residence and escorted them to the sheriff's office for questioning, and they apprehended Brittany slightly later when she returned from the hospital. Tina claimed that she had been watching movies all night at her friend Heather's house, and that she and Adriana had indeed reconciled the previous night because there was a misunderstanding between them. But this was all the typical atmosphere of a trailer park, where neighbors periodically quarrel and even fight among themselves. Then, sensing something was amiss, Tina began to imply that Heather Lee frequently verbally abused Adriana, which she had witnessed. When asked to recount the events of that night, Tina adamantly maintained that she had been watching movies all night until the officers arrived in the morning and requested her to accompany them to the station. Heather was interrogated separately from Tina. The woman denied any involvement in the assault on Adriana and insisted that she had been cooking fish at home that night. Tina allegedly did visit her, but then returned to her own house, and when she came back, she was behaving oddly, pointing to the window and stating that the cops had arrived at the park. The detectives attempted to turn the 2 neighbors against each other, but they never admitted to anything. After being photographed and providing a DNA sample for analysis, they were both released. On March 26th, the police seized Tina Brown's vehicle for forensic examination. Inside, they managed to discover several drops later identified as Adriana's blood. Adriana's DNA was present on the crowbar, on the handle of the stun gun, as well as on the shoes left at the scene, and belonging to Brittany Miller. A strand of hair had fallen out of Tina's hairstyle. During this time, Tina contacted her friend Paloma Velli and informed her about what they had done to Adriana. Tina was aware that Adriana was still alive and in the hospital, so she asked Pamela if she could complete what they had started and send her to the other world. Pamela declined, and then reached out to the authorities and reported the conversation. Now the police had everything they needed to file charges. On April 9th, 2010, Tina, Brittany, and Heather were arrested. This occurred on the very day that Adriana Zimmerman tragically succumbed to her injuries. The young woman had battled for her life for 16 days following that brutal attack. When the pathologist performed an autopsy to determine the primary cause of death, it was found to be multiple thermal injuries. The only part of the body not affected by the fire was the right ankle and calf. The coroner also discovered numerous blunt force injuries and a laceration on the right side of the skull, which led to internal bleeding. In 2011, Heather Lee actually pleaded guilty to a second-degree felony, agreeing to a deal with the police. She testified against Tina and Brittany to avoid a harsher punishment herself. During interrogations, the woman wept and described how well she treated Adriana and how she was concerned about her well-being. Heather testified in court, explaining that their intention was only to physically teach Adriana a lesson, but the situation rapidly escalated out of control. Heather did not participate in the assault at all. She was an unwilling witness who attempted to intervene. It all began with a dispute between Tina and Adriana and culminated in burning in the forest. In exchange for her confession, Heather Lee was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Tina, on the other hand, continued to maintain her own version that she had been watching movies all night, and therefore she had to face a jury trial. In June 2012, Tina Brown's trial commenced. Several individuals testified as witnesses, including Tina's cellmate, whom she confided in, and recounted the story of Adriana's massacre. Mallory, Brittany's friend who was present in the trailer during the attack, was also summoned. The girl revealed what she was afraid to report even to her loved ones, as she was intimidated by a similar fate. Of the three attackers, Mallory identified Tina as the most brutal and aggressive. It was this woman that she feared the most. After the crime occurred before her eyes, she genuinely feared for her life. Tina's lawyers, as a mitigating factor, attempted to discuss Tina's challenging childhood filled with deprivation. They emphasized that the consequences of childhood traumas had an impact on her entire life. The defense managed to obtain witness testimony from the defendant's sons, her brother, and other relatives. However, a medical examination revealed that at the time of the crime, Tina acted purposefully and logically. No mental illnesses capable of clouding the mind and turning off the intellect were found in her. The woman had a clear understanding of what she was doing and did not experience any emotional turmoil simultaneously. After deliberation, the jury found Tina Brown guilty of a first-degree felony and recommended a death sentence. Their opinion was unanimous, particularly due to the disgusting, brutal, and cruel nature of the crime. It was stated that the aggravating circumstances outweighed the mitigating ones. Tina Brown apologized to Adriana's family and admitted that she indeed participated in taking Adriana's life, which she did not deserve. Despite the fact that 3 individuals participated in the massacre of Adriana, they were all in different positions. Brittany Miller was under 18 at the time of the crime. By law, she could not be sentenced to death, so she received a life sentence. The sentence can be reviewed after serving 15 years in prison. This does not mean that she will ever be released, but at least she has an opportunity to reconsider her life and start anew, unlike her mother, Tina Brown, who raised her daughter to be like herself.